Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. I'm kind of tired tonight. Congratulations, Sirius. Woo! Lowest starting number in probably a month, something like that. Ever since I went to war with the authoritarians ideologically, and ever since I started talking shit about the tankies, there's an entire contingent of leftist Twitch that is annoyed with me. Oh, and hi there, Mia. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's interesting to see the lines of division that were drawn in that instance when I drew my philosophical line in the sand and said, hey, you know, I am an anarchist. I'm not really cool with authoritarianism. And there was an entire contingent of leftist Twitch that was like, no, we're totally cool telling people what to do, with threats of violence even. So, yeah, it is fascinating to have seen that. Hey, Elle. Hope you're well. The proud Neolib got on the air with Sonzol for some reason today. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nice to see he's still making the fucking rounds like the chud bucket he is. Mr. Thanks for letting me know. Now I'm a lowest common denominator principled leftist. Hey, Mitre. Okay. I was gonna say I saw Asian Left was hanging out on the general chat over on Curios a few moments ago. I was gonna tell you to pull him on the air, or tell Curio to pull him on the air. Yes. Let's see. Hey, Estrella. Yeah. It actually has been ridiculously fascinating to me to see how many people are, shall we say, for the people and against the people. I talk about, hey, Viva, we talk about substitutionalism from time to time. I mention it when discussing leftist philosophies, but it's a general practice that happens within sociological, psychological arenas all the time. And you see it most commonly on the left. We see it on the right, but we don't see it when it's up close to us. It's one of those magician's tricks. Closer you are, the more difficult it is to see the trick itself. We see it over on the right that, they speak to the individual, they speak to your individual sovereignty, they speak to your individual rights and the things that you want, your needs and wants from society. But ultimately you become a tool of the ideology, you become a tool of the movement. And we readily identify this with MAGA, with QAnon, with fucking Tea Party. We see this and we call it out all the time, but happens on the left and we're like, leftist unity. Leftist unity. Sometimes you just got to call out the authoritarianism. You got to call out that shit, even if it's your own team, even if it's your own family. You have to be straight up about it. And it's been interesting to see what the ramifications of me taking a principled anarchistic stance have been. Who has been talking behind my back? Who has been speaking out against, anti-authoritarianism in general? Who has been towing the line? I don't worry about them, RV. That's not the point of this little dump. Hey, thank you for following Bloody Teethies. I know. It just, it always fascinates me to see, the old saying, history may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. It's interesting to see, the history of leftist unity and leftist leftist division repeat and recycle itself in all of its forms, be it the macro or the micro in this instance. It is fascinating just to see from a sort of academic perspective that those lines of division, whether they result in your club being artillery shelled or just, what happened here in the last couple of weeks. Good Good job, Mia. Congratulations. Estrella, I've been reading more about post-left anarchism today, and it's weird when you find something that puts into words everything you've been feeling. Estrella, it is an interesting set of topics. Yes. Let's see. Oh, post. Yeah, you were doing post-left. Yes. Estrella, do you mind me asking whose writing were you reading? Because there's a few out there. Let's yeah. Let's see. What did saw this take today from a lefty streamer. Uyghur Muslims are free to practice their religion. The proliferation of over 25,000 mosques in Xinjiang is proof of this case. I fucking. Hey, Boom. Hey, Cat. I myself am stolidly anti. Okay. To do that one. I have a full tummy and I just got back from a couple of mile walk. So I really had to process that one now. And yes, I really did just say tummy rather than stomach. Yeah, it checks out. I had to do the same. Oh, L. Let's see. Wow, where did Sirius say up here? All right, hang on. We aren't supposed to be achieving these levels of Proudhon as an auth commie. Dude, yeah, Stirner. I couldn't believe fucking reading that line. Seeing it for myself, Stirner calling Proudhon an authoritarian communist. It was like, Jesus, Stirner, take a step back. Have you thought about just stop believing in CIA propaganda? I know, right, Amorous? What do you think about working class people who invest their money into real estate investment trusts, right? REITs? I think that there's better areas to place their money, both for return and for a societal good. I would have to get Swede on the line for that, but I know, hang on. It's got a name these days. Hang on. I think it's ESG. Hang on. Yes, environmental, social, and governance. There are better funds to put your money in than a REIT. Things like ESGs, and you can get ESGs easily. Vanguard has them, Fidelity has them, BlackRock has them. Everybody has an ESG these days. But at least it's a more environmentally sustainable, socially responsible, and more equitable and equal form of governance when dealing with these sorts of business entities. And so I would caution them, one, against potentially investing into something that is both coercive and exploitative. And two, there are larger firms who are able to provide a more stable investment entity that has more upsides to the society than the REIT does. So that's what I would have to say to that. Let's see. Viva a whole bunch of shit. And thank you for following Mick and SCC. Mia, you've been craving mac and cheese for like a week and have yet to acquire it. Oh, the best mac and cheese is made in the Deep South, and it's usually made by somebody who calls you sweetie or honey. But Hello. Hello, Liking. Willow. El King Willow. Hey, Solarial. Solarial, because you're still new to the community. Apparently, you're not familiar with the schedule yet. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific, because I want to be able to talk to people who are overseas. Rather than this North American centric shit that we all do. Late night gang. And yes, a bunch of in the community are just degenerates anyway, so we're up late no matter what. There's people like Kaiser. Love you, Kaiser. I don't know if I missed it, but any good post-left gang. Post-left anarchism books or essays. Abolish daytime. Solarial Kaiser, aka Kai Jr. Actually, there is already a Solarial. There's already a baby Kai. That's Cat. Sorry, Cat. Sorry to call you out, but Cat got that nickname on the previous platform, so that position is taken. Anytime I send a vid to a streamer. What is this?
I don't know. What am I watching? I don't know, but I hate it.
That is Cat. You send some of the weirdest shit sometimes. Thanks for thinking about Ramsey. He's all the way in the Netherlands, so he's probably watching this morning. It's, it started on Podbean with the German, Australian, British contingents that were like, dude, we'd love to catch you. We'd love to call in. We'd love to talk, that sort of thing. But, you're streaming at the wrong time. So I started a streaming schedule that would take into account a global international community. And yeah. Be careful of your summon 1776. Oh, I don't have music on. That's why it's all quiet in the background for me. We'll see what channel I want. I changed up for the entry in. I'm doing happy EDM right now. We'll see how that plays out. I don't know if summoning them was a good thing or a bad thing. Viva, yeah, glad for it. Yeah, Viva, you're hold on, I've got Hamburg in okay, so it's 9 a.m. for you. Cool. I've got my international clock on my phone that I've got the major locations for the community. The fuck is this and why does it look like me? I have seen what I believe is your profile photo. Mia, that doesn't look a thing like you. You know it. Oh, I know this song. Jesus Christ. Heard this song like a dozen times. Oh, it's no copyright. That's why. So, who said abolish daytime? Serious Twitch. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Serious Twitch. We should abolish daytime. 100%. Well, late afternoon I'm okay with. That's when I get my sun. I like to sit out in the afternoon sun and read. So I'm okay with that. But everything prior to, I don't know, maybe 2:30 p.m., let's just get rid of that. I'm okay with that. Let's say 5 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We can nix that. I'd be good. Yeah. Oh, Solarial, you would like... Solarial. Viva, you would like... Hang on. Oh, super used. Just came in the other day. The Abolition of Work and Other Essays by Bob Black. And mad props to Bob right on the inside. Difficult to see, not copyrighted. Any of the material in this book may be freely reproduced, translated, or adapted. Shout out to Bob Black. Yeah, he wrote this back in fucking, oh God, I want to say 76, but published it in the 80s, something like that. And he's been taking heat. ever since for it. Oh. Yeah. Haven't made my way through it yet, but I've heard good things about it. Let's just put it that way. And I've read Black's other stuff. Or some of his other stuff, not all of it. Nice. I have no idea what the international clock consists of. If I have to take a jab, I guess at Pacific, Standard, Eastern Standard, actually, I have in addition to the U.S. time, Silurial, I have Hamburg, Germany, Sydney, Australia, Ankara, Turkey, and Mumbai, which I think you know where Mumbai is, of course. If not India. Yeah, in addition to the North American ones. This might be old news. Did you hear about Bad Empanada trolling Sockdon Left? Somebody mentioned it, Skeptic, but, you know, yeah, I've been keeping up with the other on-network drama. You know, in network drama, I haven't had time to deal with fucking Bad Empanada and Sockdon Left. Oh yeah, 100%. Trump 2024. Woo! So yeah, if you wanna fill me in, feel free. Hey, Fertus, what's up, my man? What's up, you French bastard? Not Baron Trump. No, Whiskey, no. He has yet to prove himself stable enough, and his community is excitable. How's that for politician? How's that for being a politician? They're excitable. So, yeah. Given that he has had one interview or one collab out of like a dozen where he hasn't ended up just screaming continuously for 30 to 45 minutes straight, sometimes a couple of hours, not hyperbolic, not exaggeration, there's in no way, shape, or form that I'm going to platform that or even attempt to have the discussion. As much as it amuses me, as much as it tickles that sort of irreverent sense of chaos that exists within all human beings, I refuse to subject myself to it. So, no. Maybe, or repeated himself for 45 minutes straight. I know, right? Not hyperbolic either. Yeah, it's just not in anybody's best interest. To do that. Yes, exactly. Typical soy boy elitist anarchist. 100%. 100%. I am terrified. Quite frankly, I don't want have to put a fucking noise gate on him or something, or I'd have to put a compressor on him, just so he doesn't blow out my eardrums or something. Like, yeah, the dude has a tendency to scream all the time. It's not healthy. Oh, Skeptic, my message wasn't sent. Okay. What happened, Skeptic? I didn't see an auto mod or something. Oh, he hates mute buttons. Oh, I'm sure. Cries in Modern Discourse. Oh, you know, Silurial wouldn't be surprised. It was terrible. Don't understand what Bad Empanada's beef is, but he should stick to marginally tanky history. Lovely. That dude is such a tilted axis. Interesting. That's weird. Skeptic. I mean, I have the lowest possible setting for auto mod. It's even a custom Like, it's not even just the default lowest, it's custom, and turn as much off as possible except the bare minimum to keep the right-wing chuds who like to just spam the N-word and shit into chat from being able to do it. Feel free to tinker and see if it'll get posted, but you can always send it to me on Discord. That way we just bypass that entirely. Mia, yes. Happened again. Just send it to me on Discord, Skeptic. Mia, yes. I would agree with you. The particular individual that we're referencing, though, would not. And frankly, the fact that he may or may not be in studies to be a lawyer terrifies me. Yeah, how bad is it? This is straight. How bad is this story? Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Is that really what happened, Skeptic? Oh, that's adorable. I'm yelling because I'm right. Oh. Pister can't stand the way he speaks to people. Can't listen for more than 30 seconds before I want to fight. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so apparently Sockdone had Bad Empanada on his stream as a guest. And as soon as Bad Empanada jumped into the call, he said, quote, "You want to see some bitches and some hot pussy, go to Pornhub.com," and then hung up. Oh, Sockdone calls him again, and Bad Empanada plays music in the background so Sockdone can get a copyright strike, I guess. What the fuck? So, is this after the infrared stuff? Is this because Bad Empanada is apparently a tanky too? What the fuck? One, it's a highly inappropriate message to send somebody, Mia. And two, no. God. Of course it's a J-Reg idea. Of course it's a J-Reg idea. Sockdone knows how to deal with them. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I'm betting it's probably the combination of bitches, pussy, and Pornhub. Frankly, Estrella, that is triggering Automod to just be like, no, no, no. L, I'm guessing Tanky Brain L. Because if this was after the infrared bullshit, then fundamentally what you're looking at is like Tankies Unite. Like Sockdone humiliated Has, and well, I know he's an OG, but like did the incident with Bad Empanada and Sockdone come after the infrared thing? Because if it came before, oh, well then don't know. Tanky Brain. Yeah, just Tanky Brain, I guess. Hey, Billy. Yeah, that's weird. It's always interesting to see that level of discourse occur in the wild. We're all about theory. We're about, advancing the cause of the proletariat. Now watch me behave like a fucking child and scream for 45 minutes. it's just a bad look. It's just a bad look. And I don't want to come down on like the we need leftist unity behaved side crowd, because I think that's just... But, I mean, there has to come a point where you have to be somewhat self-aware and step back and be like, okay, so am I coming across as a crazy person? And if you are, and if I am, is this furthering my cause? Because if it is, then okay, there's at least an argument to be made there. But if the vast majority of the people around you take a step back and sort of laugh, it's time to reconsider your praxis. Yeah, SDL did mock the shit out of him. All I know is my roommate is a market socialist and hates Chuz just as much as every other sensible leftist. He also knows why Tanky sucks. Then who cares? Yeah, Solarial, that's fine. Just keep your eye on him. If he makes that slide towards authoritarianism, just keep your eye on him. But I know, right, mister? Viva, for me, it's actually more weird how okay people are with not engaging in critics of their own ideology. It is what it is, Viva, I guess. I can laugh at him and take him as comedy, but yeah, Fister, trust me, I know. I think it's dangerous. I personally think it's the best of looks. Unironic Cuba, Vietnam, China simp that does the whole third worldist thing. Oh Lord, TLDR, everyone living in the global north is bourgeois and thus should be revolutioned off the map by the global south. Lovely. Well, that's all I needed to know. Okay, so yeah, this apparently happened after. Sockdon left chat, talked to Bad Empanada right after Sockdon left debated with Infrared. All right. Well, that adds some context then. Yeah, it's Shreya. I'm in the same camp. I am. It just, like, that sort of high-level aggression with vocal support for authoritarian, not just tendencies, but straight-up authoritarianism is... It's not even a slippery slope. It's just a fucking straight line, too. Well, good. I have 3 citizenships. Yeah, Kaiser knows what's up. Kaiser knows what's up. Fucking be an anarchist. You got to be a little paranoid of other leftists, or your ass is going to be burnt alive. Quite literally, in some instances. All right, I'm not carrying this show all by myself tonight. We're gonna do a fucking group thing. So which one of you fuckers wants to volunteer for tribute? Fortus, you up? Cat, you up? Who else is up? I'm like I said, I'm a little bit off my game tonight. But let's get a panel going. Cat's in. Fortus, where's my French bastard? There's Solarial. Don't make me track it. Wait, it's Fortus? No, Fortus isn't. I'm like, which one's trapped into Texas right now? Is it Fortus or Pastique?
It's so short, I forget why I'm called Nut Musket, by the way. I think it was a joke that Cat was around for.
I don't remember it.
Hey, Fortus.
Hello.
There's that lovely French accent. What time in the morning is it?
It's 9.
Well, wake up.
Have your coffee,
Brush
my
and put
friend.
a little makeup.
Billy, give me 1 sec. I can take care of that for you.
Cool.
So...
It's probably better these days that Kai doesn't have the link immediately given out either, because he'll just accidentally have 5 chuds join his Discord randomly.
Oh,
Poor
well...
Raids were a motherfucker back in the day.
Yes, we learned from experience. It was far more.
yeah.
It was far more than just that, but it was definitely a hell of an incident that brought down the open invitation system.
It was funny.
Channel lore. All right.
I just opened my phone and it's just blowing up with racial slurs. And it's just like, okay, well,
That
I
happened.
can't say I'm surprised,
Yep.
but you know,
Paragraphs of racial slurs.
I think honestly, pages, dude. Like like those bots are
Every
fucking.
every open channel. Every channel he could access.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yeah, so that sort of thing has had the kibosh put on it. Most
Bosh, get the fuck out of here.
most assuredly. So what is up? Oh, geez, we've got a disparity going on here. What is up, gentlemen and cat?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Well, cat's gender nihilist. So like any, all, everything in between, none, whatever.
Yeah. Basically, the only rule to it is that I'm not cis. Beyond that, it's just go crazy.
So yeah. So what?
I think we could go with submit bags.
I guess you could, yeah.
So what's up, motherfuckers?
I'm just high as shit, to be honest with you.
That figures. Well, I mean, it's past midnight. I mean,
Yeah.
it is law in California that everybody is required to smoke weed.
I feel shit Kai says. Part 1.
Hey,
Nice.
redneck. I'm a little, like, I'm a little off. I think I'm overfed, and like, I walked a few miles, so I've sort of, got some tension out of me, and so I'm not in the best fighting shape right now.
Guys, he's overfed. He's literally a CIA plant at this point.
Damn.
But how are you, redneck? And any post-left anarchism books, essays before I forget? Estrella. Okay, so if you've done Post-Anarchism by Saul Newman, you should be doing that if you haven't. Post-Left Anarchism by Jason McQuinn, if you haven't done that one. Hang on, I can get you more.
There's also this writer called Sterner you should read.
Yeah, they all draw from Stirner, but to be perfectly honest, Stirner's a fucking sociopath. So you'd
Yeah,
be
but
best
it's
not
funny.
to read him.
But it's funny.
Let's see. Oh, I'm not gonna mention this one on air, but I'll send it to you, Estrella. Let's.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. Who did I send this to? Okay, I know I sent it to somebody. Copy link. And
Honestly,
The fact that it is potentially TOS breaking is
no, it's not even TOS breaking. It's just a shit ton of people will come after you for fucking talking about it. It's
RV, I'm guessing let's do the infrared dude, or was it something else?
no, yeah, Estrella, no lists as long as you don't talk about it in leftist circles, basically. Yeah, it's not like illegal. It's not even TOS. It's not governmental. It's not interesting at that level. It's just an essay by somebody that talks about a bunch of stuff that would definitely be post-left ideology or post-left theory. And so there's going to be some people who scream at the mere mention of some of the concepts. So
Nice.
yeah, it just is what it is. I'm a little under the weather. Tonsillitis is horrible. Oh, it always is, dude. Just not being able to like swallow correctly or anything like that. That's always a bitch. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You got like plenty of ice cream or whatever the fuck or cold whiskey. You get a single ice cube in your scotch. Whatever your deal
that's
is.
gonna backfire, Kai. It's like cold at first, then it gets the heat of Satan.
Yeah, well. L, my shit wouldn't be post left, would it? Somewhat. You would actually, you would get along with Newman probably. You should start reading. Have you read any Saul Newman, Elle? I think that there's something you may grasp from there, from Political Theology and Post-Anarchism by Saul Newman. You might want to look into those. I think Political Theology may be more up your avenue. Look, you may hate it, or you may get a couple of decent ideas. You may steal some stuff. You're like, oh, that, and that. I'll take it out. But Post-Anarchism by Saul Newman, there's going to be a little overlap. Yeah, there's going to be a little overlap. Shit, I'd die for some whiskey right now.
Dig it. You motherfucker always doing this shit.
Come on over, Kaiser. It actually, you know.
Oh,
I wasn't going back to Kai's stream just yet, and I hear the fucking bottle pop.
He has a fucking bottle of Macallan 12 just sitting there. It's fucking.
What? Is it like a valuable one? Because I'm not a whiskey guy much.
It's not the top. It's not the toppest of top shelves, but as far as single malt scotches go, it's a good one.
Oh, so it's like what I have then, basically, because I have a bottle of Chivas just vibing.
I won't get into. Okay, so no, I'm sorry. Chivas is not equal to Macallan.
This motherfucker.
It's just not.
I don't know. I'm inexperienced. Don't slap me like that, man.
Royce, oh my God, that's my favorite scotch. It's a very desk bottle. The desk bottle is Praxis. The desk bottle is one of my favorite things that I did when I got the new desk. That I have this big drawer over here that I had no use for. Like, it's a file drawer. And I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do with it? And it dawned on me. I have this bottle of good scotch that, you know, it comes out in times of like crisis. Basically, if somebody comes over and says, like, I had a family member die, or my pet died, or like, you know, my life is falling apart in some way, I'll pour them a glass of scotch, right? Like, it's just hardcore adulting. And I was like, I'm going to put that bottle in that drawer, and I'm going to have a bottle of like really good scotch in a desk drawer in the room that I work in. I just want that experience.
Yeah.
So I did it. You know, it's a thing. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch up here. Okay. But other than that, great. That's good. All right. Oh yeah, just a quick bike ride over. Yeah, I'm sure, you know. Start now. I'll see you in a couple of months. Let's see. I'm just a dog who drinks Black Label. Hey, mister. I have a bottle of Hibiki Scotch Personal Fave, says whiskey. Yeah, Chivas was one of this unsuccessful cheap drinks, but after increasing the price, they suddenly got seen as a good brand. That's a hell of a marketing tactic. You know, we're a cheap, shitty liquor, but what if we charge a lot?
I swear, Kai's gonna forever judge me the next 20 years.
Oh, please. Some of the shit I drank when I was your age. Are you kidding me? It changes.
For Apple, there's no reason why it wouldn't work for Chivas.
Isn't that what wine companies do? Hey, Maniac. Jägermeister and moonshine for Maniac. Nice.
Fucking
Hey,
asshole.
a good moonshine goes a long ways.
Well, no shit. I mean, it's basically just pure alcohol, son.
Well, I mean, all alcohol, like, you know, I mean, that's what fucking scotch and whiskey are. They're just aged in a barrel afterwards.
Yeah,
I mean, look, Kai, if it's any better than saying that Chivas was the first scotch I had, the first vodka I had was Smirnoff, which is probably okay.
Yeah, it's a serviceable mixer.
Yeah.
We actually have in town. We have what's called Lee's Discount Liquor. It's this immigrant, and he came over and he started fucking like warehousing alcohol, basically like Costco liquor stores, and they spread and like I mean they dominate this area for liquor distribution, and they're open to the public. And when I moved up here, I turned 21 in Las Vegas, and I was already a vodka drinker, but I was
Yeah.
drinking like Absolute, which is just overpriced swill for all intents and purposes. And so I went into the store and talked to one of their people. I'm like, hey, I'm looking for a vodka, but I want to move up in the world. What can I do? And they hand me a bottle. I wish like you wouldn't have been even a thing yet, Kat, really, but I wish I had known you then, because literally hands me a bottle and it's just covered in Cyrillic. And it's a Russian import, and it's half the price of a bottle of Absolute.
Oh,
That's
there you go.
funny.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. So, that's what I started doing, was getting these like Russian imports from Lee's Discount Liquor, and they were always cheaper than the like name Western brands of like Smirnoff and Absolute and shit like that. And they were always smoother. They were always better. And I was like, oh, okay. So this is, that started me on my path of, all right, drink better.
Yeah.
Which, what
I
were they
think,
called, if you remember?
Oh, no fucking clue.
Oh, they never fucking did they?
No, I never even bothered.
Fuck.
Dude, I knew it by the bottle. I was
Nice.
like,
I
What
think,
color was it? Just give me some, because I'm just googling now. I want to see. I just googled like cheap like Russian import vodka.
hang on, let me try and find it.
Yeah, I'll read it for you so you can finally know what it says all these years later.
Oh wait, you can read Russian, Cat?
I can read Cyrillic, but I can understand some Russian, but like it's an alien language to me for the most part. Like I can read it and sound it out. I'll just have no idea what the fuck it means.
Yeah.
I decided to learn like the child way, learn the alphabet first, then like everything else.
Learning the actual alphabet is once you like get past the whole hey it looks different thing, it's actually about as easy as the English alphabet.
Pretty much, honestly, it maps pretty well. It's
Yeah.
just that you just have to. What fucks me up is like those little like mini bees, the ones that like determine how strong like I believe a fucking I forgot the previous consonant sound is gonna be. That always fucks me up, but it's you get better with it over time.
Jesus Christ, I found it.
Holy shit! Alright.
What?
Sorry, put it in
I'm sending
Discord.
it over to you DMs.
Okay, fucking. All right, let's see.
Because I think
Oh
to
my
me,
Ah,
I'd
fuck,
seen
I
a
can't see it.
YouTube video once, and apparently the best cheap vodka you can get these days is apparently a brand called Popov. We don't have it in Canada,
Oh yeah.
but
Okay.
Pop,
I
pop, pop.
can't see the second word, but I know the first word is Yumskaya, which I'm not sure what that actually means.
Oh, there we go. Maniac got straight. That's how you know it's good stuff. Redneck, I have 3 jars of moonshine in the fridge. Fuck yeah. Redneck, I have to ask, like real moonshine, not store bought, right? Because out here, like we've got a distillery here in Las Vegas that's making moonshine, and it's just distilled liquor, but in a commercial factory that's being labeled moonshine, like real moonshine, right? Got Straight White Lightning, some made with honey instead of sugar and bourbon, made by putting wood chips in the jar that's aged about 10 years, maybe a little more. Nice, Maniac. Fuck yeah.
Well, ain't that some shit? It's just a name. There's no translation to it.
Emrys, if you drink better, you can drink more, so twice the upside. Vodka is all the same. Try to prove me wrong, Viva. Filtering varies on the various vodkas. That's where you're gonna really notice your difference. Oh, I forgot a part of the jar of moonshine is filled with cherries too. Ooh, nice. Distilled by my cousin, living up to the username, Redneck. Love it, absolutely love it. Fucking amazing. Yeah, that's sort of started. And there's other goodies in there.
Okay.
You know.
So I found a clearer res picture. It's the whole thing is vodka Yumskaya Milkaya. So there you go.
How do I spell Yumskaya?
It would literally just be Yamskaya. But the thing is that in like Russian there isn't an A there, so I'm assuming you just like
Yemskaya
close the gap. Yemskaya or Yemskaya just for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah, it's won awards and it's like $8 a bottle.
Ain't that some shit?
sounds like from what I can discern from the two words, sounds like it has cream in it or something, or it has like a creamy taste to it.
I don't know.
I
what
don't think it
Malaika-
literally means milk.
It got its latest award was Silver Outstanding at International Wine and Spirit Competition. And like I said, yeah, you can grab a bottle for like
Okay.
$8.
Oh yeah,
Apparently-
that exists.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, it's really popular in fucking in Ukraine. Apparently, like that's where I'm seeing a lot of this shit coming up.
Mhm.
That's like I said, I was like, trust the liquor experts. You work at a goddamn liquor store, you help me. And yeah, they put me on the right path. Friend at work makes the stuff I have. Oh, fuck yeah, maniac. And Mr. We all know tankies drink Stroisky. Let's see. All right, cool. Wait, I saw fudge. No, maybe I didn't. I could have sworn I saw. Yes, I did. Oh, in the fridge. I could have sworn I saw fudge. I was like, I want fudge. For what, Viva? Yumskaya? I guess if you wanted to find it, it would be this.
Yeah, Yum Sky. I mean, and then if that doesn't work, here I'll just pump the Cyrillic in chat.
And so,
You'll
yeah,
find it either way.
probably easier to find in your part of the world than my part of the world. But if we're importing vodka based, if we're importing vodka and it's still costing me like $8 a bottle, like I'm sure like you can probably, I don't know, maybe tariffs in your part of the world could get weird.
There we go. Yum Sky. Fucking. Good luck finding it.
Grappa from Emilia Romana. Nice. Kaiser. Nice. Trotskaya. Fuck Trotsky. Just the obligatory. Fuck Trotsky.
As you do.
Yeah, and somebody was asking, it's Wither who's not here right now. I was going to say, he was asking about Mochno. He spelled it like Mochano or something. I saw it like,
No.
yeah, like I saw it pass by in the comments and I just didn't respond, but.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah, that's our Aldi vodka. Yeah, it's super cheap. I saw that you can buy it at Aldi. And it's a perfectly serviceable vodka. Yeah, or you could pay $30, $45 for a bottle of Absolute vodka that is harsher than Yumskaya or whatever the fuck their name is. Red Label. Like, it was purely graphic for me. It was just a picture. It's like, that one.
Well, you were kind of smart to assume that because it just doesn't translate into a name as far as I can tell.
That's some solid advocacy you're doing here.
Yes, the famous Ukrainian anarchist Nestor Moka. Someone else asked me if Mochno was the anarchist leader. 100%. Yeah, feel free to respond. And yeah, RV with the Biden copy pasta. My aunt makes some great fudge with pecans or pecans, depending on what part of the country you happen to be residing in. In it. No gods, no malarkey.
No malarkey.
No, this is the era of malarkey, apparently.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
I honestly, were you? Yeah, you were. Wait, you weren't there, were you, last night, Kat, at Curios?
No.
Oh man, I need Asian left. I need Asian left to come through just so I can thank him.
What the fuck did I miss?
Oh man, it was so funny. It was so insanely funny. We were all high. We're just like, we're all getting group high. Like, we're just gonna do this.
Nice.
And like, there's this conversation happening, and Asian left has gone. It's pecans down here. Yeah, I know. He just goes away, and he comes back, and he's just apropos of nothing says, "I know y'all are wondering about my tattoos."
Oh, Lord.
And we're like, no, but now we are. He's like, well, I'm not going to tell you.
Nice.
And we just lost our collective minds. We're like, Okay, first off, what the fuck? Just apropos of nothing. He just drops this. We're like, and now you have to tell us, what's the deal with your tattoos? He's like, oh, I don't have any. We just melted down. We just melted the fuck down. We're like, what in the hell is going on with you? Yeah,
That's
we're just
funny.
like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, and then, of course, yeah, he had half of one. Oh, God, Estrella was there. Dude, Estrella, this was literally like we were tearing up. It was so bizarre and just so out of left field that it just caught us all off guard. And once we were going, we just rode that wave. And he's like, well, I kind of have a half a tattoo. When I was in middle school, was it a it was a paper clip or a safety pin that he like took the fleshy part between your thumb and your index finger, and he tried to carve I forget what he tried to carve into his hand. But and every time it scabs over, you undo it and you try and get the scar going. We're like, what is wrong with you, dude?
Goddamn, son.
Yeah. I think it was suggested that was it the anarchy symbol, or it was suggested that it should have been the anarchy symbol? Because at that point I was barely conscious. I was breathing so hard. Yeah, it's just, we're having a random conversation and just comes back out of nowhere. And we're like, wait, what? And he had nothing. He had nothing. He's just like, it was just apropos of nothing. Like, okay, cool. And then of course, Zoobs and Sue brought the room back down for us. It was so bad. Oh God, somebody posted a picture of their dick on his Discord because, well, it was invited to happen. And then, of course, the party poopers had to get all, Yeah.
They freaked out that it was posted.
It was NSFW'd. It was, it was hidden. It wasn't, just for all to see sort of thing. But it was, the room came down. Let's just say that. Yeah, we were like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Was it at least a good dick?
I see, that's the thing. The guys in the room, and at least Adia was good with it. I mean, what'd you think? Estrella, did you check it out? Like, how'd you feel about it?
Leave it to fucking Cat to ask that.
In my opinion, it was, Curio was rating on a 5-star system. And it ended up with 3.8 or something like that off of his rating. I would, I'm not doing
so we're giving his dick Yelp reviews now.
Oh, it was, it was decent. I wouldn't have turned him away.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I almost asked, but I felt it wasn't my place.
It's always your place to. That's just the behavior of dudes, quite frankly.
I mean, it's just I feel like this is a vital piece of the story that the people need to know.
No, it was it was decently girthy, and it was solid work. It was you wouldn't kick him out of bed for it.
You're worried about that. You're worried about giving that guy what is it, a fucking post-leftist whatever book, and then you're just like, no, it's not TOS, and then you're fucking.
Oh no, remember I said nothing about TOS. It wasn't that it was TOS, and this is.
No, I know you said that, but then it's just like that may not be TOS, but let's go after this thing that is TOS. Let's talk about the girth of someone's dick.
Well, Redneck, I'm having an off night as far as politics go, and quite frankly, I've been battling tankies and authoritarians for like a week now. So, the brain needs a moment to recharge. As far as that goes.
Too much retardation will just deplete Kai's brain cells.
Oh, that's TOS.
Damn it.
Ableism.
Oh, man.
Oh, you get in a lot of trouble in certain circles.
Yeah.
which is
Worst
what.
case
Little
scenario, I
bigger.
pull the autism card
shit.
because I'm professionally diagnosed.
Oh no, he's in recovery mode. Yes, Mister, he's in recovery mode.
Yeah, boy.
Last night was productive. I mean, we were, fucking back to average numbers.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, we had the fucking proud neoliberal capitalist that was wrong about literally everything. Quite a track record. I mean,
Yes, you do.
it was a hell of a track record. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, nothing like a dick pic to refresh the mind. To each his own. See, and that's Redneck. That's why you and I can get along, right? We may not agree politically, but we're very much on the like. You mind your property, I'll mind my property, and as long as fucking stay on each other's good side, we're fine. Like what your neighbor does in the privacy of their own home is their own business, and if that own home happens to be a Discord channel, well, whatever. This fucking proud neoliberal capitalist who literally came in and was, I mean, I've never seen somebody have such a streak of just incorrect. Like it was almost impressive how wrong this dude was. He claimed we even started joking at one point that he needs to go have a fucking conversation. We were like, we know, like, if you're a proud neolib and a proud capitalist, like, we have the dude for you to go talk to because he was streaming live at the time. And we're like, we got the dude for you. And, like, Infrared has, he's like, oh, I already talked to Haz. We fucking got along great. It's because we have the same gorilla energy.
Oh,
God damn it.
Yeah.
Every fucking time, dude.
We have the same Che energy. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And so, yeah, he proceeded to tell me how he tried to tell me about the evolution of the internet and technology and tried to undermine open source and how it works in the academic field. And, oh, no, it was big business that it blah, 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 blah. He tried to tell me about
this big pharma, Monsanto, tinfoiler.
Redneck. Gorilla Energy is basically screaming into the mic for 45 minutes straight. I'm not joking. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm being serious here. 45 minutes is the low side of what this dude does.
Political screamo.
Yeah, he's literally screamed for hours.
I wonder what his secret is.
I wonder what his secret is. Lots and lots of. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't say that out loud.
Lots and lots of TOS-able content.
Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously practice. I'm just wondering, like, how does he like not dry out his throat? Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen him go into a coughing fit. You know?
Or tear his vocal cords. You know?
He was on Sonsol. Yeah, RV, you had mentioned that he was on Sonsol today. He called in and it was excruciatingly bad, and everyone called him an ANCAP or a libertarian after like 5 minutes. 3 hours screaming, 45 minutes of repeating the same three words. I wish you were joking, Viva, but we all know that's the truth.
Wait, RV, was it that fucking dude that was bitching about Vosh on Sonsol stream, or was it somebody else?
Probably the same dude, knowing how fucking wrong this guy was. Yeah, he, fucking tried to. That's him. Just facts. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. He was special. He tried to correct. He said Vosh was CIA. Yeah, that sounds about right for those idiots.
Well, he was also saying that like cancel culture is like cultural appropriation from like black people or some fucking crazy bullshit. I have
Jesus.
It is like so fucking
yeah. RV was talking about NeoWeb.
Okay.
I'm kind of glad I stopped watching the guy after 15 minutes. This maniac. Redneck says he keeps a large bottle of water by his side. The bottle of water was empty for the 45-minute stretch plus the like several hours after that stretch that several of us are firmly aware of because we witnessed the damn thing. But
I'd argue that like a lot of cancel culture these days, 60% of the time or something, it just comes from people being snowflakes. And I'm sorry. That's how it is a lot of the time.
We have a snowflake command in chat if you want the history of the term snowflake.
Oh boy.
Also, Stalin 2024 says he's going to debate me. Estrella said, like, Stalin sends regular messages to Estrella because he secretly got a crush on Estrella. So
It's fair.
you know, and so yeah. So interesting. Stalin gets very angry if you call him Juche.
Would I get angry if I called him Trotsky?
Yeah. Interesting. So I didn't know I had a debate scheduled. That's fascinating to know.
I actually want to see this.
Oh no.
It's not as big as Infrared. I say, why not? Fuck it.
You know, oh, how cute. We get our own telenovela.
Pretty much.
Stalin and Juche fighting. Lols. Yeah, it's, I mean, the dude was, he, you know, tried to correct, he tried to confidently incorrect, you know, that shit. He tried to confidently make statements about indigenous cultures. Shortly thereafter, Sue was on the line and Rabbit was in the room. We're like, if you'd like to be corrected by somebody who lived it or by somebody who teaches it at a professorial level, by all means, avail yourself of either Sue or Rabbit, and you can be corrected on your massive mistakes as far as indigenous cultures go. He was just wrong about everything. It was astounding. Everything the guy made a statement about, he was wrong in some way, shape, or form, if not whole cloth incorrect.
Also, Estrella, for the dude that's like whispering you in Twitch whisper, the way I see it is just like, how does it essentially feel to be an e-girl caught up in the whirlwind of a Republican male?
What I didn't get is he's Arab and he's denying even Iraq, I believe, and Palestine says facts. But sure.
It's weird.
Why not?
I'm really of the opinion that it, like at this point I'm like 65% sure that it's just gonna come out that it was a 4chan troll or like just like a far right psyop. I just, you know, you look at the Reddit, you look at the way they talk about fucking government agents spying on them. It just reeks fash to me.
I was
25 minutes into the VCA. We're talking about psyops already.
Well, I was, you know, I was talking to somebody about it, and I said, if you told me that he was a psyop, I'd have to believe it at this point. He's so divisionary. He's so inciting. He's almost acting as a honeypot, even.
It's purposeful.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I would almost have to believe it. If that came out tomorrow, I wouldn't have a problem believing it. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. And I'd have to fucking, like, immediately call Kat and be like, well, you called that one.
The mysticism around, like, electronic honeypots, by the way, is just gross because they're technically illegal on the corporate side.
Yeah, RV, that's like exactly what tipped it off for me. The minute I saw the word glowies in that server, I was just like, yeah, they're fascist. At the very least, they have a white nationalist history.
Hey,
what have we got going on?
News
right
World. Let's see. This is usually. Hang on, let me do a pop out too.
That's already a bad tag.
Let's see. What do we got? Extra security. Oh yeah, just in, law enforcement agencies around Washington D.C. are adding extra security due to concerns about March 4th, the day QAnon supporters believe President Trump will be inaugurated or reinserted into power.
Bullshit. Let me find the actual NPC account to make sure this isn't just a fucking whistle for something.
No, the QAnon people are like
No. We deal with these people regularly. Yeah.
I was making sure an NPC actually tweeted it out first.
Q time, baby. Let's see.
Wish it wasn't such a dangerous meme.
I once played soccer with some Muslim guys, and there was one weird guy from Turkey who kept talking about jihad, and he was all about wanting to recruit. And I was like, not going to play soccer anymore. But he was adamant about fighting jihad. It was nuts. Facts. Yeah, that's usually. Trump is the most shittiest president ever. I mean, it's up for debate, but I mean, he's in
Yeah.
he's in contention.
Well, we'll just have to see what like the effects of his presidency will have to be down the line. Then we could like make the statement.
Yeah, honestly, it's very much a thing of like when you get past the initial like feeling thing of just like, oh well, Trump bad, Orange Man bad. You have to look at like what are the good things he's done and what are the bad things he's done.
He hasn't
He
done
might have
shit
way
that's
more
good.
bad things, but
He hasn't done shit that's good. I dare you to tell me one good thing that he's done.
He signed some things that other people wrote that were good.
Fuck off.
I mean, this is what they hit you with, is that like prison reform bill that let like maybe 4,000 people out from drug charges and shit like
Yeah,
that.
wasn't shit.
There's
And it
the
was-
black colleges thing that he did as well, that he signed as well. Again, this is what they point to, and
that's the
it's
thing, even
not
with
even
those, like-
legislation he backed. It's just shit he signed into law.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing too, is that those things were already being done by previous presidents a lot of the fucking time, anyways. So it's like shit. It's just it's just keeping up standards.
yeah.
Okay,
Trump
but
and-
500,000 people only died under Biden's presidency, according to right wingers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Maybe.
he regretted it because it didn't get him votes. News World,
Yeah.
yeah,
that's
had
gotta
to go. Sorry. He's super wary of being called an anti-Semiter. He did invent the vaccine. Yes, he did. Oh, shit. Did you see that stuff about him getting the vaccine back in January?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he and Melania both got vaccinated and kept it on the DL.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
Thursday we see the return of Trump. That or so losers won't chat with us a stream ever. Yeah, and I still haven't got paid by a single one of those people.
Well, I have,
Bloody bitch.
yeah, I think I have, let's see. I'm pretty sure I set a reminder for one of these.
RV, I'm like fucking $3,000 deep with these people. They
You know
fucking,
what's
they just won't.
You know what's weird when you think about it in the flesh, actually, Kai and Cat, is like, when you sit there and you think about it for even 5 seconds, you realize, well, a lot of the American citizenship thinks they're too good for politics, just in a general sense. But then a lot of those same people will be built off of a conspiracy theory that's already been debunked, which essentially has a large chunk of the said citizenship going, Trump is dog whistling. No, he's not. Yeah, he is. QAnon.
Yeah.
What?
I can't
On-
wait for Thursday and the new wave of cope.
Oh, right. Oh, that is happening. Oh, fucking God. I hate this country.
Okay, so News World, yeah. Viva, okay, so that was for infrared like 5 minutes ago. So Viva, the comment about like, okay, so wait, does being called an anti-Semite set infrared off? There's many things that basically there's very few things that set infrared off, but given the rocky relationship with the Jewish diaspora and the Soviet government, is that a touchy subject for him? Because, the whole Jewish doctor conspiracy.
I just find it really entertaining when you try to ask him what the definition of fascism is, and he just fucking squirms.
You can't define fascism. Its definition is just a string of words. They're all made up.
Oh
You
my
can't
God.
remember that fascism is just a phenomenon that happened in the 30s in Europe. It's not applicable to modern day. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
You gotta do that to me.
Here's the thing I want to ask in the flash, right? And I'm asking this from a logical viewpoint, not necessarily something that's meant to be taken out of context.
Sorry. Apparently the death roll in Myanmar has just risen again.
Oh, wonderful.
Of course.
Junta opened
No.
fire again.
I was
As you-
gonna ask. Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to ask you guys in the flesh, because I'm not as experienced in politics as everyone else in here is
You-
based on
Don't ask me.
I don't know. Why is it that like over the years, from a logic viewpoint, that like everyone decides to make conspiracy theories centered around the Jewish population. Out of everyone you could choose, everyone centers it on the Jewish population. And I'm asking this logically and not ethnically.
Just
Okay,
racism.
so what you have to, what I got is from Frank. What's his face? He wrote a book called The Silk Road, and what he's saying is that the Jewish conspiracy dates back to the days of the Byzantine Empire, and the Jews was already regarded as being basically pawns of Persia. That would undermine the Christian Empire. It's old. It's the Jewish conspiracy thing is very, very old. It's nothing new.
No, I was aware it stated, but I didn't know the actual like in-depth history behind it until you gave me some tidbits like you just did. And to me, it just sounds like a classic case of, oh no, they fucked with religion way back, and now they're still suffering for some reason.
There's an interesting history there that goes with the Jews were the only ones who handled money. There's actually religious reasons that the other people in the region refused to touch money. They refused to do the finances and the currency trading.
Yeah.
And the Jews were sort of social outcasts. And they did it. And they found a very successful niche for themselves in that part of the world. And then they were, not only a threat to the Byzantine Empire, they were potentially an economic influence, and they were seen as, social outsiders. And thus begins a long road of conspiracies about the Jewish people, leading all the way up to one of the best of all time, might I add, that they have a secret space-based laser system that they use to set random places on fire with.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I think, because that's what I've spent time doing is just watching a different dude off of YouTube by the name of Wendigo, and he just goes through a conspiracy iceberg, like a big giant one, and it's really fun. But I feel bad because I want to be this angelic dude that just chills with everybody I possibly can, unless they're super aggressive by default. So whenever I call Jewish people Jews, I kind of cringe inside. It feels like a really bad term to use by default, but I don't know a replacement one.
The Jewish diaspora, the Jewish people, add ish on it, and it takes a lot of the edge off. Like when you say the Jews, it sounds a little like, okay, what are you going to say next sort of thing. Everybody's head in the room sort of just waits for what's about to be said next.
Because that's the same vibe I get. I throw up that and I just feel like he's about to quote Hitler or something. It's like,
yeah, just say people of Jewish ethnicity, or people of the Jewish religion, or Jewish people. Jewish takes a lot of the edge off of the Jews.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, got it, Viva. So Peter Frankopan, The Silk Roads, A New History of the World. Also, Mussolini was a socialist, so fascism is the natural evolution of socialism. Don't tell them that. His father was a fucking anarchist. And so they're all convinced that Mussolini was an anarchist. I've seen a YouTube... Yeah, let's see. Even in Islam, the Jews were seen as cousins, but sort of conniving, backstabbing cousins. And even then, the Prophet Muhammad was still above the fray and was good to them, fasted with them, etc. So there's that, coupled with the creation of the state of Israel now. And there's a virulent strain of anti-Semitism in the Islamic world too. Yeah, everybody's got a piece of it, but it's been going on for, millennia and a half, 2 millennia.
Yeah.
Kings did a really good job of getting the peasants to blame the Jews for why they're poor, and the king paying them as well. Sometimes in Europe they weren't allowed any other job but banking and finance. Funny how that played out.
Also, I think Butchery, something like that.
No, I haven't seen the Jewish Lasers from Space song yet.
Calling it Jewish laser and not Death Star of David is of a missed opportunity.
Okay, so this is just a dude sitting in front of a fucking backdrop. We do not need to see him. But
What the hell? It actually slaps.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it might give me some Dragon Quest vibes actually. That would happen if Drag and no words did all the music.
Oh, that's funny.
Gilda Radner and Tom Hanks stockpiling Panzer tanks. Mr. Rogers
Hey, Joe.
PBS know the cure to cancer, but instead of telling us they're gonna bust out Jewish lasers from space. Jewish lasers from
oh god, top comment. I heard.
Guy's not even mad.
I heard top comment. I heard this banger has all of California on fire right now.
We're achieving levels of dad joke that shouldn't be possible. It's a banger. I'm sorry. It's a good song, especially for one written in a day. Wait, that wasn't ever a single day.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's Song a Day, number 4,412.
Holy shit.
You know, I just realized this song reminds me like a little bit of like my Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean, but not like tropical themed.
Yeah, shout out to Jonathan Mann. Yeah, it's Song a Day. Yeah, that's the Jewish Lasers from Space made 4412.
Hell yeah.
That song actually that song is actually a bop. I'm sorry. It's fucking dude. If there was ever something to make a fucking rando song about, is some crazy ass conspiracy theory. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ. Oh, there's even lyrics.
Nice.
Marlon Brando and JFK are alive in Uruguay. And the world's not round, son. It's a bee dance in the sixth dimension. And they're coming for you, and they're going to use Jewish lasers from space. Gilda Radner and Tom Hanks stockpiling Panzer tanks. Mr. Rogers and PBS know the cure to cancer, but instead of telling us, they're going to bust out Jewish lasers from space. Look, it's really not that hard from my Tower of Isengard. I see all and know all. The frogs are turning gay. Whatever you love, they'll wreck it when you least expect it. Jewish lasers from space.
Nice.
I
Amazing.
was gonna say, like, well, halfway through the listening to the song, something hit me, which is that like there's kind of different levels of like conspiracy theory, like believability. Like you got the flat Earth one, which is just stupid. That's like one you can like instantly discredit people on. But then there's some where it's just like you can kind of see why like less knowledgeable people would believe them. In particular, probably one of my favorite ones is Agartha. This is like Hollow Earth.
Oh, Hollow Earth's one of the fun ones. Except
It
when they
is,
bring
yeah.
like the Nazis and shit into it, because it's always like the Nazis set up a camp there and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Hollow Earth theories, at least, that's like a carryover from the era of fun conspiracy theories, rather
Yeah.
than like, you know, let's murder the Jews conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
There was a window of about 10, 15 years on the internet where we had some fun conspiracy theory times, and then it got really dark.
And then you have like those like couple of assholes, those few assholes that come into the fun conspiracy theories like Agartha and somehow manage to reinsert the Jewish into it.
Of course.
It's like, why?
Okay, so Newsworld was so some let's see, interview on CNN, right? Yeah, they said that if Trump was not going to have a couple of QAnon fucking like devotees that used to be in QAnon on CNN. Yeah, they said if Trump is not going to have the White House on March 4th, they're going to fight for Trump. So QAnon religions were MAGA. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's, I wish it were out of the ordinary for what we've seen, for rhetoric from people that wash up on my shores from time to time. Yeah.
Can I throw out a hot take?
It depends. Tell you what, you've never gotten to throw a hot take out on the air before, so this will determine your future hot take privileges. Feel free.
Look, okay, I would not condone like a second insurrection happening, but I can say that if it did, McConnell would probably quit. So you win some, you lose some.
McConnell wouldn't quit. He's retiring after his next term, more than likely. He's coasting. Like he's not gonna quit. What about the koalas and sperm whales don't exist theory? Well, that's a new one. Serious Twitch. I had no idea that apparently koalas and sperm whales don't exist, but good to know. Thank you for catching me up. If you can point me in a direction of somebody espousing that theory, I'd love to read more or watch more.
Australia is fake anyway. So.
It's always been, from my era, it's always been New Zealand is fake, but the Australia is fake thing is catching on, so I can get behind it.
I took a picture of what Kaiser said, just how on point it is. I'm saving it in like a Hall of Fame folder. Just a lot of conspiracies are a sentence away from blaming the Jews.
Oh no, that's long been practice on this channel. That I just use a little bit of Socratic method and just wait for it. They're like, as soon as they start talking about banks, you're like, all right, count it down. How many sentences before we get there?
Yep.
It's just, it's coming. Like every time, like, well, it's these banks and bankers that really, it's the financial industry. You're like, ooh, okay, so we're about 3 steps away from it. Let's count it down. Fucking.
The thing is I went to someone actually. I went on a limb, right? Because I was friends with someone that basically did have a Jewish family, so I went to him. I think at the time it was with a post off of like Poll, and just said, hey, I'm not doing this to try to offend or anything. I just want to learn like if any of this bull crap is valid. And he basically said, I understand, but like, look, dude, the only reason that Jewish people are superior in any realms is literally just because we share our shit and don't judge beyond a reasonable doubt. That was basically what he threw back at me.
Oh, so we may laugh at that. Thank you, Newsworld. Thank you.
Newsworld was interesting.
Maybe I got wrong on the explanation. No, I will spend the 8 minutes fucking reacting to that. Newsworld. Give me a second. I think I said it first last year, but I can totally see a religion spanning centuries arising from all of this Trump QAnon shit. Maniac, 100%. Religions have been spawned from dumber shit than this. So, yeah.
We almost got halfway. Remember when Trump was just like, I want to make a separate party, and then basically everyone around him behind the scenes was like, don't actually do it, please. And then he was like, okay, I'm not making a second party, but I'll still run for Republican.
Hans Wormhat.
I wish he made that second party.
Promise me too, just because it would divide more crowd.
Skaluru. Yes, I can. But I have the same requisite question. I've narrowed it down now. I have the same requisite question every time for somebody who wants a book recommendation. Small, medium, or large? Actually, it's more like that. Yeah, you let me know. Yeah, what size girth of book are you after, and I will tell you I will give you a recommendation. Um,
How does one measure book size and girth?
Large is Das Kapital. Small is I don't know, fucking.
Just a manifesto, perhaps.
Yeah, but that was too easy.
no, I
I
mean
shoulda
I
did it,
count
though.
like my small. I mean here's. I mean, Jesus Christ. Here's small, right? Like this is, it's floppy and shit, and it's, it's relatively small. I know for some people this may be, I don't know, but for me this is small. I'm sorry, it just is. And
Yeah, 120 pages is small.
then, there's this shit.
Yeah, that's beefy.
Yeah,
That's
boy.
that's large. And then
Yeah.
then you've got medium, right? Like,
All right. Oh yeah.
Three-fourths of a Bible.
Estrella, you have too much faith in us. I barely know how to read. Oh,
Speaking of conspiracy theories, I've had a book for like ages, which is Moo the Lost Continent by one James Churchward, that posits the like Atlantis was in the Atlantic Ocean. There was once a lost continent in the Pacific, and like even for my young mind at that, like there was some racist shit in there, and I was like, dude, that's I know nothing of the world, but that song.
Oh boy, there's an Iraqi air base that got fucking airstriked when American troops were inside of it. That's
I'm actually not sure if I would trust this. I'm just gleaming over the Twitter account that posted it. They seem pretty they seem a bit sensationalist.
okay.
well, let's see if they
Hey,
can
Ramsey.
figure out where they put the sources.
Okay, so Skaluru. I'm hoping you got all of those. And yeah, Maniac certainly did. But if you need me to say them out loud, Skaluru, by all means. I can, but yeah. Oh, you got them? Cool.
Oh fuck, no, it's legit, but it's a day old, and it has actually first came out by the Pentagon, I believe.
So,
Let's see.
face.
Cool. Glad to help. Why reading when you can watch panels and get all arguments at the same time? Maximize your theory intake, folks, says Amorous.
There's one article from Stripes and one from NBC News.
Well, I mean that's not anarchism, Kaiser. That's just everybody should have read this. Like Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. I'm sorry. Why haven't you read this book? Is usually my just default response. You should have read this already. Of course they didn't show you this in school, and of course they demonize it in society. It's super effective for organizers and like community organizers and political activists and shit. You should have already read this book.
Fucking sticky notes he has in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll go to a random one and we'll see what happens. The fifth rule of the ethics of means and ends is that concern with ethics increases with the number of means available and vice versa.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if you've got lots of means available to you, all of a sudden ethics becomes super, super important. But if you've got one option, ethics goes right out the fucking window.
Gotcha.
That's how that means. That's what that means. Yeah, it's, yeah, he was pragmatic, if anything. Let's see. I mean, it's arguable that there's like a lot of those video games, but hey, let's see. Yeah, I get all my theory from right-wing politicians' books. Yes, Ben Shapiro's book, True Allegiance, is like necessary reading. Okay, so maybe not for like political theory, but let's just say this is the funniest goddamn thing ever written.
It's like the it's a peer into the average conservative's mind. It's hilarious.
I mean, some of the reviews are amazing. We've talked about it before because somebody brought it up on this channel and I started looking into it. And I was like, oh my God, this thing is amazing. Like, this thing is just bloody amazing. It is so full of stereotypes. It is so full of terrible writing, like terrible
Yeah.
writing. I had no idea Ben Shapiro was a failed screenwriter, but he's a failed, like, that's not a joke. He's a failed screenwriter.
I mean, okay,
Yeah,
to
no.
be fair, I don't see a difference between being a screenwriter and being a former journalist for Breitbart.
But is the audiobook narrated? No, it isn't. The audiobook is not read by Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Like, I need this in my life. I can't tell you how much I would actually buy his stupid fucking book if Ben Shapiro narrated the goddamn thing on Audible. I would
Ben
want to
Shapiro
listen to
takes
that.
Ben Shapiro.
Oh God, yeah. Who wants to sign a petition? Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Chapo Trap House did a fucking reading of it. Like, not the entire thing, but yeah, they did like a dramatic reading of it in parts. Here I'll do this is the back cover, right? From the author of The Right Side of History, New York Times bestselling author Ben Shapiro's breakneck thriller asks, how close are we to a country's collapse? And will we be able to stop it once it begins? America is coming apart. An illegal immigration crisis has broken out all along America's southern border. There are race riots in Detroit. A fiery female rancher turned militia leader has vowed revenge on the president for his arrogant policies. And the world's most notorious terrorist is planning a massive attack that could destroy the United States as we know it. Meanwhile, the president is too consumed by legacy seeking to see our country's deep peril. Brett Hawthorne is the youngest general in the United States Army, and he's stuck alone behind enemy lines in Afghanistan. He's the last lost soldier of a failed war, fighting to stay alive and make it back home. But will he be able to stop the collapse of America in time? And he describes him. His description of Brett Hawthorne is the gayest fucking thing ever. Let me try and find this fucking description.
If you want a book review, Jose on YouTube did one, and here it is, chat.
He was a bear of a man who stood 6'3" barefooted and weighed 215 pounds bare naked.
Nice.
Imagine writing that sentence. Have I used bear too many times yet?
Is this where all the whack jobs are just like, oh my God, Shapiro has connections to Putin?
Reviewing Ben Shapiro's garbage novel. Beautiful. Yeah, I wonder what Ben Shapiro dreams at night. Yeah, Brett Hawthorne. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's super gay. Yeah. At least we finally know his type exactly. Like it's
Wait, no. Wait. We've established that Ben Shapiro is like secretly closeted homosexual. Isn't that a sin, like religiously?
I would never accuse someone of being that. But my message to Ben Shapiro, if he ever, for whatever reason, happens to hear this, is Ben, you're loved. You're a valuable human being. You can live your life as you so choose. You don't have to hide behind false appearances. So take my opinion away from that.
My theory is he has it in for Alex Jones.
Does he?
Oh. He's not a fan, from what I understand.
Well, I can respect it.
Yeah, no, I think it's just like he's bearing the lead.
I mean, I feel bad for saying this. Neither of them really interest me that much, but I'd honestly rather listen to Alex Jones, if nothing for the fact that every time I hear Ben Shapiro speak, he just increases the speed of his speech by about 6 times so nobody can understand what the hell he's saying, and it makes him look smart. It's like, Ben, slow down your speech, please.
He's
Guilty of that as well, but not doing it for that reason. There is a mode that I enter where
Well, yeah, of course. but
I
the
will be
reason he does
increasing
it-
my word count significantly. Thank you for the follow, Wayside. By the way, nothing like masculinism and homoeroticism. I know. Name a more classic pairing, Kaiser. He's become like Benefit Cucumber Patch, where you just spell it anyway, but the actual spellings of his name. Exactly. Let's see. But you make sense when you speak fast. He doesn't. Thank you, Estrella. I always put Shapiro on a 0.75 speed when I have to listen to him. He sounds normal after that. But what do you do with all the awkward pauses? Because
What you gotta do is you people need to embrace the 2x speed pill and just learn how to fucking transcript people speaking at hyperspeed into your brain and like normal. You also
See-
save time doing that.
The thing about Shapiro is that he's like a Harvard graduate. I know he's not dumb by any means. It's just that when you slow down his speech, he speaks at a level that is like barely above the average person, like maybe
Well,
2 steps above.
credit where credit's due, he may be doing that intentionally.
Yeah, and that's what I don't
There's-
like personally.
That's what I was gonna say. Is Gish Gallop made man?
See, but Estrella, the only reason why you can't do it is because you haven't practiced enough. And then, like, eventually you can put it down at regular speed.
Get on his level.
I can speak fast. I just choose to slow down myself, like, manually, so
feel
people
that.
have an easier time.
Okay, so this is probably the best review. Shout out to Kevin for wasting his life for this review. I don't know whether to give this book 1 star for the content or 5 stars for the unintentional enjoyment I got out of this read. When I first heard of this book, I thought it might be an excellent candidate for one of my favorite podcasts, 372 Pages We'll Never Get Back, where 2 professional comedians mock bad books. I'm thrilled to say this is indeed a prime candidate for their brand of Mystery Science Theater 3000 style humor. Some of the lines in this book are so ripe for mockery from the absurd. Quote, she opened her mouth to scream and realized that she was already screaming so hard no sound was emerging. To the almost alien, he could hear her sexy fingers manipulating the phone.
But wait, that's supposed to be from this book? It sounds like a 50 Shades of fucking Grey line.
You know, everyone's favorite sexy body part and activity, fingers dialing phones. And my personal favorite, the blood of innocence is on your hands, President Prescott. The masked figure stated in a monotone laced with fanatical passion. A monotone laced with fanatical passion.
Not a Twilight ripoff.
You'll be rolling on the floor. You can't have a passionate monotone, let alone fanatically passionate monotone, Mr. Shapiro. These are pretty much antonyms. The downside is you will have to muddle through the truly insane politics of this book. I can't tell if the positions stated here are Ben's actual opinions or if he's merely pandering to what he perceives as his audience, but the things that happen in his story are truly bananas. A civil rights organization thinly based off of Black Lives Matter sends children to get shot by cops so that Detroit has an excuse to riot. Mexican drug cartels attack the U.S. border with military helicopters, and only the brave governor of Texas, whose of course his name is Bubba, responds while the cowardly president says that the cartels should be allowed to continue their attacks. A separatist rancher gets a far-right militia to slaughter a large group of police officers because of environmental safety regulation, and she's a hero, folks. Good luck trying to unpack why she's a hero for her actions when the black people attacking cops are villainized. Terrorists hijack the president's plane and no one is able to stop them because all the passengers, including Secret Service, are, quote, paralyzed because their peculiar inability to overcome their political correctness. And in perhaps the most truly insane twist, Russia, China, Japan, Europe, and Canada prepare to mount a full-scale invasion of the United States through its southern border. And that is only a small sampling of the truly insane plot points this book serves up. All in all, a very strange book with an insane worldview, but you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of reading this book's unintentionally bad writing. It may be a hysterical fever dream of ultra far right paranoia, where an all black police force forces a nice CEO to provide free energy for the city of Detroit, but at least it's something also bad to the point of hilarious self parody, and that has to be worth something.
All right, I nominate this book to be included in every leftist theory in every leftist theory list. Just just so you
Kinda.
have, yeah, it's just the conservative brain 101. It's just read Ben Shapiro's book. Done.
Okay, so facts. The book name is True Allegiance. Yeah. That is the book name, True Allegiance. Hey, Market Anarchist, we're making fun of Ben Shapiro right now. More specifically, Ben Shapiro's attempt at a fiction, a fiction novel, which is amazing.
I have emotions overwhelming me right now. Okay, people are talking about like how Canada's trying to invade, like gonna try to invade America per the book. I'm telling you right now, Trudeau apologized for eating a fucking chocolate bar in the House of Commons, which is our legislative branch. I'd like to see that motherfucker declare a war against any nation, let alone America. Good luck.
I just find it funny how like Europe has a single standing army.
Yeah.
That's not happening anytime soon. God damn it.
Yeah, but we're planning our vision from the northern border, says Kodo. Hey there, Kodo.
Front war, baby.
Fucking let's see. Okay, I'm writing that petition now, says Estrella. Yeah, no, I need it narrated by Ben Shapiro. It's gonna be amazing. Good God, it's so bad that it's good. No, I'm telling you, RV, it is honestly, this book is kind of amazing. It's terrible. It's all the right kinds of terrible, right? Like that's the thing, is it's unintentional comedy, and that's some of the best comedy that's ever existed.
And to think I thought that I was never good enough to write a fucking book.
Actually, you know who I'd want to see make the audiobook for that if it needed a narrator? I'd like to see David Fravor try and read through that. He'd probably break down before 10 pages.
I'm so gonna get, I have to, like, I gotta get a fucking Cappy made. I need a plushy version of that thing. It ain't gonna be cheap though.
Oh.
What's
Yeah,
Fruity Cupid? What even the plot of the book? Oh, you should have been here, Fruity. I'm sorry, you just missed it. We went through the back cover and somebody's detailed summary of some of the high water marks for this book. But it is, Kai wants to read it and get paid for it, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an amazing book. True Allegiance is the name. You can seek out multiple people who have done reviews. You can seek out like Goodreads. There is somebody also posted a review for somebody on YouTube who did a review of it. I highly, highly recommend reading about this book at the very least. Like, go to Goodreads. .com and read some of people's reviews of the book. It's amazing. There's a guy named Kevin. It's got a long review. Read his review. It is honestly an amazing book. Let's see.
Can I do a capitalism real quick?
Sure, do a capitalism.
Okay. If you fuckers donate, what goal should I put for this?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's say donate either 5 subs to me or Kai, and I'll read the book on stream. Just full one sitting, maybe 2 sittings. Just fucking blow through the book. People can listen to me read it.
There you go. There's your offer.
Yeah.
Oh, let me do that over there. And that's the review that we just went through, Fruity. How good is your Shapiro voice?
I'm not doing the Shapiro voice. I'm
Um,
gonna read it in the most deadpan, serious voice possible.
I couldn't do a Shapiro voice if I tried because he sounds so soy boy even though he's a Harvard grad.
facts. I won't be reading that on air, but I neither repudiate nor nor condemn your actions.
It's
Right.
Twitch. Guy has to condemn piracy, even though he doesn't necessarily actually want to.
Yeah.
246 pages apparently is what it is.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's like okay. Let's see. What's 246 divided by like 7?
Let's see. Vocodes. Vocodes. Let's see. Do they have? Let's see. Where's the Ben Shapiro?
30.
It's fucking.
All right. So hang on. We're gonna do the back cover.
All right.
Okay. So there's the Goodreads for True Allegiance, and here is the back cover text, and we're gonna use VO codes to do this.
Anarchist wants you to hydrate, by the way.
Oh, boo! They're getting too many requests right now.
Right.
Oh.
Nice. Oh yeah, I didn't know if you spotted that, but apparently Market Anarchist is just anarchist now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like.
They're still heavily influenced by individualist anarchism, though.
Okay, all right. So I see that, and I'm scrolling up. Fuck Ben Shapiro. I decided to call myself an anarchist without adjectives now. I like the removal of the adjectives. That's a good move. Hey, look, I can work with the individualists. Like I can work with the collectivists too.
What the fuck? It's so on point!
Oh, at the vote codes?
The vote codes is damn near perfect!
Oh, this is great.
Oh, it freaked me out. I was like, wait, not only am I listening to Shapiro, I'm listening to like a Shapiro vocalized synth with like 98.9% accuracy. That's freaky.
Nice. So what's it called? The vote codes?
What the fuck?
That's bullshit that you got yours. I'm just checking on my other browser too. Like, yeah, they're overloaded for whatever. They use different machines for different parts of the country and shit like that. And so, like, I'm overloaded right now.
Oh my fucking god! There it is, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what.
See if you can get it.
You have to type a longer sentence to really hear it. It's freaky good, dude. It's like, bruh.
Hey, thank you to follow Grammarian.
Anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't. VOCOS isn't working for me right now at this moment. Hey, and GBGB, thank you for the heads up.
Oh, this is funny.
Have fun with hyphens. I feel it's key for a budding anarchist. My fave is God damn it, RV. RV is gonna accidentally fuck around and make anarcho-Bidenism a thing. I mean, it's already
I think
almost a thing. I know.
I mean, they're already kind of beat to the punch, to be frank.
God damn it. There we go.
Give me. Okay, let me see.
Fucking shut up. Stop telling me it's already a thing. Shut up. I have to put up with anarcho-capitalists, right? Like, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to put up with a fucking meme anarcho-Bidenism that's gonna end up being a thing. Like, actually, like, somebody's gonna take it seriously one day and be like, I'm an anarcho-Bidenist, and I'm gonna have to come along and be like, what the fuck?
See, but it's so held down by the fact that it was started by Vosh of all people. You know, like I don't think it's ever gonna get off the ground. It's funny.
It's not even the funniest. Like, I much prefer anarcho-malarchist.
All right, so I don't think news is here anymore, but I still kind of want to look at this. So I'm gonna toggle over to the fucking browser window here. It's a CNN bit about fucking like ex-QAnon people and like an interview with them, which I'm sure will be super in depth. and really contain the nuance that you expect from a high-tier news organization such as CNN. So I have high hopes for this. Feel free to shit on it in any way, shape, or form. So, CNN is best news. I know, right?
That the pandemic has been a gateway of sorts to QAnon.
I think at first, COVID was such an unknown for everybody. And then I think that QAnon rushed in and filled that vacuum with misinformation and disinformation, filling that void again about fear of foreigners. It's the so-called China virus. It's this. It's anything.
Okay, that wasn't QAnon that rushed in there. That was a lifetime of racism. If somebody, like, if that's what happened and you're like, oh, fear of foreigners is how QAnon got me, you are already a xenophobe. Like, that, sorry. They just exploited that. That's all. You're just a racist.
That people can seize upon, that plays upon their fears that are already inherent.
And that's really what it came down to, was this overwhelming feeling that came up for me during the pandemic, was that I did not think that I was going to be okay. I just, had no grasp on reality and what was going on.
How much of a grasp of reality did she have prior to this? Just fair question. Just saying.
Well, if your commander-in-chief keeps saying fake news, like, there was a point, I don't remember quite who made it, but in the US, the most trusted person in the land is a president. So, it's
So fucking cringe.
Which, by the way, goes
like,
back to fucking Trump and Melania getting their vaccinations in secret in January. Yeah. Wonder why they kept it secret.
And I felt like I was on quicksand.
So, Bree, your parents are down the QAnon rabbit hole. So do you know how they fell into it?
I think last year, with the pressure of the election and seeing how Trump was falling in the polls during the COVID pandemic control, I think that was what pushed them to get really into QAnon. I think they were kind of panicking. They were nervous. If you're afraid of vaccines, or if you're afraid of 5G, or if you're afraid of other countries, I mean, whatever it is that you, I guess, have a natural fear of or a suspicion of.
Those aren't natural fears.
Q has a version of itself for you.
And I think that that's very true. I think that whatever your specific fear is, you can find essentially what is like a choose your own adventure down a doomsday rabbit hole of whatever you are most afraid of.
Well, I related to the pandemic kind of bringing people into QAnon. It made it easier because you were cut off from everybody. You're just stuck at home all the time. And all you're doing is, if you're not watching Netflix, you can only watch that so many times. So then you're on social media.
So what they're telling me is that an online centric organization started a recruitment method that utilized alienation and fear to recruit vulnerable individuals out of a society.
Yep.
Interesting. I think I might have heard this story before. Not sure though.
A lot more. And I think that's where a lot of people got in.
Jordan, tell us who in your life is currently in the grips of QAnon.
My cousin, who is a police officer in the Bay Area in California. It's scary to know that somebody like that, who is a police officer, is pulling people over and giving tickets and just, and so radicalized.
What are the things that he says to you?
He would just start posting things like radical stuff, like Antifa, is responsible for the fires this past summer we had on the West Coast in Oregon and California.
Well, I mean, that's clearly just wrong. As we've covered already, that's the Jewish space laser program, not Antifa. Come on, get your shit straight. I mean, these people have no consistency amongst their conspiracy theories. What are you going to do? Right? Is it the Jewish space laser? Is it Antifa? Or is the Jewish space laser, do they lease it to Antifa? How are you going to rectify this? Yeah,
I wish I could have fun with these people, but then like they killed 500,000 Americans.
Can
You know?
Where could one share something for dissemination of the community in your Discord? Facts, as far as that thing goes, feel free to just drop it immediately on shared content. Yeah, we'll deal with it from there.
Okay. We're about to see the Discord like implode again.
That Antifa dressed up as Trump supporters who raided the Capitol.
So, in other words, the way he justifies the attack on police officers, Capitol police officers at the U.S. Capitol, is he believes it couldn't be his people, right? It has to be other people dressed up as Trump supporters.
Exactly.
It's interesting to hear how people are getting walked into it still.
I'll be back.
Or, after I had left.
Yeah, because Jay, you were from about 2014 to, I guess you got out in 2019, but you got in early. Before it was even called QAnon, you were starting to flirt with, some of these conspiracy theories?
Yeah, some of the conspiracy theories about, obviously, Hillary Clinton. There was like a cabal of pedophiles.
Can you just explain that one to me? The cabal of pedophiles that all Democrats are apparently involved in, that is somehow connected to the basement of a pizza parlor. I mean, do you understand why, when you're not in QAnon, that sounds crazy?
Oh, it absolutely sounds crazy. Absolutely.
Why was that plausible?
I kind of like... Guys, Jay just looks like he did too much LSD and got into QAnon. I kind of...
Definitely the vibe.
Yeah, I dig his vibe.
Also, ER Explorers, yeah, like unironically, yeah, like these people spreading these conspiracy theories, yeah, 500,000 Americans dead from COVID. Like that's not controversial. If we're gonna act like QAnon did not help the spread of COVID, then like I don't know what to tell you.
Anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers, anti-intelligentsia, anti-academia, anti-democrats, anti-politicians, anti-government, all pushing forward. Yeah, you can throw some blame at Trump. You can throw some blame at government inaction. Hell, you can throw 50% of the blame at government inaction and Trump, for all I give a shit. But at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to straight up social mechanisms. The spread of the virus is spread by people who do not distance, who do not mask, who do not wash their hands, who gather in mass rallies, who go to large large scale meetups of sorts. Hey, Momo and Momo's people. We'll go back to it. What is up, Momo? For those of you who don't already follow Momo, link is already in chat. Momo, we're just making fun of a CNN segment that one of somebody who's focused on news comes by from time to time and gives me links. It is a segment with 6 former QAnon, followers. We're just having fun poking at it. So welcome. At the rate, of course.
Yeah.
Literally no one said that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, might I add on to that previous rant? A lot of these same people are also the people that voted in like the current government into office. Like they're responsible for getting people into office that believe in QAnon and shit. I mean, Trump's one of the biggest propagators of all of it.
And we literally started the segment by saying, or at least I started it by saying that, and of course this is a panel discussion by CNN, a wholly trustworthy, news source who I'm sure will not, we literally started it by taking the piss out of CNN too. So, just because you missed that part, sorry, but we're having fun poking at crazy.
Fuck up, Estrella.
Fucking Bad Bunny's emotes, I swear to God.
Just an aside, I don't think it's accurate to say that Trump is responsible for 500,000 deaths. If we
narrative though,
just a second. If we compare like the level of infections, so I'm going to be charitable and compare to the UK, who has like they had like bad infection levels, but there wasn't like a movement to deny that COVID existed and so on and so forth. The delta, well, there's a delta of 25,000 infection per million people. So if we put this delta against the case fatality rate in the US, which is 1.8%, my number is 135,000 deaths, excess death compared to the UK. It's a lot, but I think it's important to not say all the deaths are on Trump, but a significant number is. So the 100,000 deaths is incredible and like unconscionable for sure. But saying all the deaths are on Trump, it's not entirely accurate, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. I want to go back to crazy. And I want to hear more from Jay because he seems like good. Can I get a show with Jay? That's all I'm saying. Is can we do a segment with this dude?
We just kind of felt a general state of confusion and paranoia in our lives, if you will. There's very little worse than a pedophile, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just that kind of call to action.
Well, I think the interesting thing about QAnon that people really need to understand is even if you are a very well-educated person, you can still fall into this because of the brainwash-like mechanism that it has, because it operates
not how that
exactly like
works.
a cult. What QAnon basically tells you is, here's the information.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. No, Momo, I have had my suspicion from moment one when this woman popped on screen. I was like, what fucking makeup tutorial bullshit site does she run? She's the, she's the CEO of the Brand Consortium. Okay? She's literally she's a public relations manager.
Fuck.
I knew it was a thing. I knew it was a thing. It just, I was like, there's something going on there. So I just pulled her name and looked her up. And oh yeah, she's one of those influencers. Yeah.
Nice.
You know.
Thank you for the follow,
opens up
Aussie.
a broader
No
thing,
longer
which is that she's a
Here's
potential
why. And you are
dog bone being
encouraged to,
thrown in the midst of a
quote unquote,
psyop
open your
itself.
mind and think about it differently.
So, show of hands, how many of you blame the Facebook or YouTube algorithm for sucking you or your loved ones?
Well, that hand went up quick.
Well,
Interesting.
Definitely Facebook. Facebook just has
Jay
such
didn't.
a hold on my cousin and my aunt. I mean, they just believe anything that is shared, and just the disinformation.
Well, me, it was TikTok, and so if you start liking certain type of videos or interacting with those videos on TikTok, the algorithm is going to start showing you more of those things. And in there, some conspiracy theories started coming through. The thing that frustrates me the most is TikTok will have their general statement, oh, we don't allow, QAnon or conspiracy theories on our platform. But I can go to my For You page and I will still see conspiracy theories going out.
What is your advice for if somebody's dealing with a loved one?
My advice to anyone that has family members in it is, try to have some compassion or empathy when it deals, with that, just because people in these groups,
Jesus.
they're terrified.
I think family support is the most critical thing to helping people get out of this. So I just can't stress enough, be patient with these people. It's been a really, really tough year for a lot of people, and put yourself in other people's shoes. You might not understand their perspective. You might not agree with their ideology, but at least you can love them and have compassion for them as a person.
In the same moment, they are showing no love or compassion for their fellow man. Yeah,
I have numerous things to shit on this whole video for. Just like in the process of me, do you mind if I go through them?
Let's do the last minute here because I'm sure there's a lead out. and then we'll all just take turns shitting on this travesty.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going
I
to
am
partake in
glad
the
you
shit in the
asked
shit
the
fuckery
question,
or
basically,
shit.
of
I don't.
Why were you
whatever.
willing to believe that the Clintons
Thank you,
ran a
GB.
child sex trafficking ring to begin with? I think that's a fair question. I'm not 100% satisfied with the answers. I don't think blaming TikTok and social media is 100% satisfying.
Well, it is a little bit. In the algorithm keeps feeding it to you. I don't think that you can overestimate how much. See, this changed my take on it. It changed my perspective, and I do have a lot more empathy now. These aren't people who don't have information. They have too much information coming at them. They think they're
America
doing their
is coming
research.
apart. An illegal immigration crisis has broken out along America's southern border. There are race riots. In Detroit, a fiery female rancher, Temenshley leader, has vowed revenge on the president for his arrogant
there it is.
policies, and the world's most nefarious terrorist is planning a massive attack that could destroy the United States as we know it. Meanwhile, the president is consumed by legisacking to see our country's deep peril.
It's not too bad.
It's brutally bad as far as I'm concerned. But
They're reading all sorts of things, and they start to lose the discernment of what's disinformation and what's real information because they're bathing in this tidal wave of disinformation. And I do have empathy because what they pointed out to me that I didn't know before is they're terrified. The people who are in it are terrified, and in some way, QAnon gives them a feeling of less powerlessness.
Do they bear personal responsibility for making the choice?
Well, I mean, these folks do.
goddamn, thank you for being at least some voice of reason there, whoever random talking head you are. Fucking A. Like, I mean, straight out of the gate, like it's the algorithm's fault. No, it's all of our fault because we allow an educational system that's so fundamentally undermining the level of function within our society that nobody has critical reasoning skills, apparently. So, go for it.
Okay. Right. This needs some pretext before I get into this, right? So throughout my teenage years, I learned basically how to develop a layman's version of psychological theory that you would use for something practically like psyoping. And seeing that whole news interview made me feel like there was a bunch of fucking scalpels going at my brain all at once with all the shit that came in. So let me just see if I can break all of this stuff down into bite-sized pieces. One, at the end of the video, you have the two reporters talking to each other about oh, well, in the hypothetical scenario that a Satanistic Jewish cabal pedophile ring exists, that's kind of half believable, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you guys get 800 grand, God knows how much paid your salary a fucking year to talk about this. If anything, you have a good chance of being part of that ring, so shut up for a hot second. Another thing to bring in is, what the fuck are these people? I look at all six of them, and what is it? Kai mentioned that one lady that was CEO of the Brand Consortium, and she's like a fucking PR public relations woman. The way I see that, being someone that studied the theory for something like psychological manipulation, is that you could simply have a woman like that be a middleman for a psyoping theory right on the news. No thing. She's a PR manager. You have to bring that kind of shit in and think about it for a logical second. All right? She's talking in mundane language and sort of grammar and context. She's not bringing anything super, super unique forward. Just oh yeah, this is bad. It's super basic. And she's just sitting there almost as if she's a fucking dog bone being thrown by someone to stay on the news and rant about as much shit as she can, because the longer she's on the program, the more she gets paid.
Oh, well, my working theory is she was not a QAnon follower.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I look at you. You want to know?
I think she saw an opportunity to get on TV.
Yeah, of course, because QAnon is something everybody fucking cares about, even though they really shouldn't. But God forbid, it's fucking psyop. That's so sad.
I bet a casting call went out for that.
Look, here's the thing, dude. You want to know the one person out there that was probably actually a fucking QAnon believer? The woman whose hand went up the fucking fastest. Because as soon as you oh yeah, was Facebook part of the stuff that spreads all the bullshit for you? Her head went up like fucking lightning. That's how you actually know someone was involved in it. Not taking seconds to put it up.
Jay predates the QAnon conspiracy. That's so he was already in the conspiracy realm. He didn't need to adopt it from the algorithm. This motherfucker was there for the construction of it. It's like, yeah, all right, I'll add that to my plate too. Yeah, sure. Throw some more
and it's
gravy
like,
on.
Oh, they were like, is it the algorithm? Is the algorithm bad? How could you? It's like,
Jay was
this
my
is
man,
the
too.
perfect example of news reporters not understanding how fucking technology works, dude. Like, you sit there and these people are talking about an algorithm as if they're trying to figure out how fucking breakfast oatmeal works. Like, what? Dude, an algorithm, if you click a video,
Breathe.
X topic, that
it's not their
topic is
job.
going to
Like,
show up more in your feed.
what you have to understand in media is that they don't have the I'm not gonna say the resources. They don't have the incentive to actually research the thing they're talking about. It's not profitable for them to just even look it up.
Yeah, well, you can pull in. This is something that needs to be said. You can have good reactions and like good PR, even if it's bullshit for capitalism, be pulled in under the same veil while still researching your shit a little more. You can still radicalize people with like well-developed theories. In fact, it helps. It assists it.
No,
They're
that's
not
not.
here to educate people. They're here to churn out content.
Yeah, that's not their role. That's not their purpose. Like that's some idealized thing you have in your head. It's, I mean, cat, no, it's a specter. It is. It's that thing doesn't exist. That thing hasn't existed in your lifetime. That's some shit we tell like a fairy tale to kids now. That the role of the news person is to do that doesn't exist. That shit's infotainment.
Okay, fine. So it's infotainment and people don't research much. All my other points I've given forth still stand. It was just a horrible article. Everyone except for maybe one or two people were just fakes on that thing. And it gave me more pain in 5 minutes that I was here for half of it than I've witnessed pain out of an entire fucking Trump speech. And that's saying something.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far.
Estrella.
I will.
And let me know when you see Gray Zone being sent as like a part of your cable news package.
Okay, Aussie Pupper, to be like uber fair though, you did kind of just go in the opposite direction. You are on a far left anarchist stream.
What?
He pulled the whole my algorithm has not caused me to become like that, and I'm just pointing out.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know if Aussie got drugged with Momo or not, but Puppy is mine though. Yeah, that's what I thought. Puppy is there. So Momo actually bears the responsibility of this.
Okay, well then don't blame the algorithm. Blame Momo, of course, individually for the left anarchist radicalization.
You know what's dumb? People don't understand algorithms for like stuff like YouTube to this day when they should understand what. Well, it's an algorithm, dude. It's like you ask a random ass person, and it's like, "What's an algorithm?" Oh, that's like that computer thing that like figures numbers out and shit. Like, it's not hard to clue in. Are you fucking kidding me?
And that's the thing with it. Like, they say the algorithm, but remember what the algorithm does. It measures engagement, and QAnon folks are very engaged. So there is the incentive for Facebook and YouTube and the like to let it happen because it tries their engagement. It allows them to sell advertisement. That's the motive in this.
Yeah, and then of course, like all the content creators kind of like synergize around this like shared engagement. They know they're sharing audiences and shit. You know, that's what allows them to keep the grift going.
The grift, yeah.
Derp.
What was Kai said like a while back? It's just like if a service doesn't have a product to sell, you are the product.
Oh yeah,
and that's algorithms.
It's a well-known
factor into
axiom that if you're not paying for the service, you're the product.
Do you think people would like wonder about that kind of thing? But no, it's America, and everyone is apparently under 100 IQ.
This isn't just an American exclusive problem. This is like all over the world, really.
It used to be more of an American exclusive problem, but now that America is kind of, you could argue, unhinged, it's starting to radicalize other countries, and that's particularly why I refuse to stand by the fact that Canada is any better than America.
I'm sorry, country that still technically has a monarch says what?
Dude, literally, I fucking hate Canada, like, for numerous reasons. People are just, they go after Trudeau, which we
Let
have
me
currently.
let me just give you a piece of advice, old dude to a young dude. You still got the energy now, but it's best it's best if you just let go of that hate shit really quickly, because you won't very soon you will be in a position in your life where you will not have enough minutes in the day to give a shit about Trudeau.
I know, and I technically don't now. The only reason I give a shit is because all the people around me decide to shit talk him when they don't even do research. That's the only reason I'm here. But the thing is like, you have all these people barraging and bullying Justin Trudeau, when in reality, they don't even fucking hate Justin Trudeau. They hate his dad, Pierre, when nobody fucking knows that Pierre wrote the Canadian Charter and signed it into law. He signed people's rights into law himself. Nobody has ever apparently seen that in the modern day, and they would rather hate on Justin because of Pierre from skyrocketing the GDP, because, big business guy. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Politics is meant to be complexified these days. That's how it works.
Sit down, centrist.
I gotta do that, Kai.
Because eventually the anarchist in me starts going, oh, it's right. It's a centrist. All right, a second. This is starting to make more sense. Hang on. I'm remembering context.
Look, man.
You mean Fidel Castro, his real dad, says RV?
Nice. Well, we all know his real dad is Fidel Castro.
That's a further theory, but
For the sake of rhetoric, dude, I don't hate politics. I just hate that people hate politics.
Why though? It sucks. It's literally a conversation about who deserves power and what they get to do with it. It's like the worst conversation possible to have.
I guess in an area like this where it's mostly a lot of left-leaning anarchists, yeah, makes sense.
No, I mean, like, that's just always what it has been.
Yeah.
Like, even the authoritarians don't like having the conversation.
I mean, they literally scream at you because of it.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. If you have this conversation with an authoritarian, they disdain that conversation so much that many of them just start screaming.
Look, all right, I've gotten moments where I've been called like center left and reformist, and in one case a natsock. That was gross. But like, I've somehow managed to pull sympathy from the right, like a lot of like decent take conservatives being center left, and it just makes me wonder why the fuck I am the one being able to do that.
Because they think they can recruit you. That's always their game. They'll take anyone that's like mildly discontented with the left.
It has nothing to do, in my case, with being discontented. I just want to have the best of both worlds. That is, in many things, that's why I'm a mixed economist economically. That is why.
You wonder why people hate centrists. First words out of your mouth to describe yourself is, "I just want the best of both worlds." Can you imagine? I mean, do you have that portion of your brain that can hypothesize those sort of situations and imagine yourself as like an auth right or an auth left, and somebody who says like, I want the best of both worlds? You literally just declared yourself the enemy of like both sides.
Yeah, and at the same time, I understand people that have reservations about moderates, but at the end of the day, what I'm doing is essentially trying to look at a Democrat and a Republican saying, how can I get you two fucking idiots to work with each other just for 5 minutes?
Hello, tankies must be stopped.
Yeah,
what you don't get is they work with each other. It's the liberal fascist.
We're not doing this today, Frutus. There's a difference.
Okay.
There's a fucking difference, all right? One party is talking about like mass deportations, the elimination of like fucking any sort of public health care whatsoever. Fucking like, there's a huge fucking difference. Like, let's not do the thing that like the
Enlightened centrism bullshit.
yeah, like there's a world difference between Republicans and Democrats. They're not comparable. They're just like they're like one. You know, it's just like I don't see like what like the gap there is just that one party is just like anti-life and hates people, like swaths of people.
I guess if you want to have an super exaggerated form of it, I'd rather be like a fence sitter that tries and like garners empathy from both sides than be someone that eventually leads a nation into a third world war. I don't really.
This is hilarious.
And remove abortion rights and has been historically opposed to gay marriage. And the other side's just like, can we have like some public health care?
No. That's no.
Okay.
That's not really the consensus in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's adorable and all. All right, Tankies Must Be Stopped is providing me with far more entertainment now.
He's back.
Socialist
Welcome
Neera
back.
Tanden got her nomination yanked. Lol. Most centrists are grifters, a la Romney. Romney is is worse than the Dems. All right, so let's start at the top. Fucking Neera Tanden is not a socialist. I mean, just not at all. Like, not even close. So that's that. Let's just start there. 2, calling Mitt fucking Romney a centrist is an amazing take. I love that. That's amazing. That takes somebody's that clearly tells me how far your Overton window has been slit. Because if you can look at Mitt Romney and see a centrist, then clearly your Overton window is like right of Rush Limbaugh. Like you're out there. Like you're probably a little further right than like Randian objectivism even. Like you're pushing the limits at this point. So
I don't see how I work with this person.
Yeah, and so I absolutely adore that. Tankies Must Be Stopped. I think it's hilarious that you think fucking Neera Tanden is a socialist. She would probably be, I mean, right of center for sure. But yeah, she is definitely, I mean, Clinton, Bill and Hillary, Barack. She's worked with all of those sort of right-leaning centrist types. So, you know, yeah, but to call her a socialist is amazing. Alex Jones land, exactly. You promised you'd never talk about Limbaugh, did I? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Sir. Anarcho-Bidenism versus Marxist Romneyite.
No.
He was bothered enough to talk about Limbaugh.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, Ramsey. Thinking Tanden is a socialist or even a progressive. Yeah, over here, she'd be a straight-up conservative neo-lib with the VVD. Little international perspective for you, Tankies. Your Overton window is misaligned, shall we say. Yeah. But hey, you're welcome to your opinion, no matter how wrong it may be. Anything else to say, Tankies? Because if you've got any more hot takes, Tankies, I'd love to hear it. Like, you got any more news you want to share from, like, La La Land? Oh, and by the way, I'm in agreement. We do really like your name around these parts. Like, no fan of Tankies around here. So if you were, like, you know, if you just came out as, like, some secret leftist who just was, like, LARPing as some, like, crazy right-winger, I would throw you mad props. Love the name, love the troll, love it. You know, across the board. There we go. But, you know, I think you're actually serious, which is a whole other ball of wax on that one. It's usually, oh God.
The only reason that people in this voice.
Why
call
is this
have
in
bullied me.
Eeyore? I swear to God, Eeyore, why is this in show suggestions?
What did we get? What happened? Oh.
What the fuck?
I have no idea.
I mean,
What was I gonna say? No, yeah, I was gonna say that the only reason I haven't been bullied nearly as much as I could have been here yet is because people like shitting on tankies here to the point where I'm a little safer. That's my take anyway.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is this?
This is some giant screed about how there is systemic pedophilia and nobody wants to talk about it and something.
I'm not ready for a debate like that. Let me take this Coke bottle back to my desk.
Yeah, like I have an actual question for Tankies Must Be Stopped. What do you think of Jim Jordan? If we're gonna talk about conspiracy to commit pedophilia.
Jim Jordan's amazing. Fucking classic example of just, I mean, getting away with goddamn murder, right? Like, this motherfucker should be rotting in jail right now. But nope. Nope. And, you know, rehabilitative justice, let's just blah, 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 blah. But I think he's a little bit old for that. I don't think you're going to teach this motherfucker a lesson. So let's just isolate him from society so he doesn't cause any more harm than he already continually is. It's not even a funny troll. It's just the same lines in every 5 lines in every stream. Oh, that's boring, Viva. Dude, Tankies Must Be Stopped. Shame on you. You need to up your game. Shame on you. There's nothing worse than a boring troll.
Yeah.
Most politicians just fly whatever flag and label is popular. I mean,
it's a reductionist, but you know.
You know, I can work with it. Let me just check this. Oh God. Whenever I pop somebody's fucking chat history open and I see the word racist like a half a dozen times at first glance. Oh, it's always a fucking thing. Let's see.
Look, are we looking at the Tankies, dude?
No, Buzzard.
Oh, okay.
There we hey, Curio and Curio's people, many of whom I know. Hello, Essex, hello, Mia, hello, Lightbright, hey there, Sassy, in and out, I see. Yeah, we were just making fun of a bunch of fucking QAnoners, and prior to that, we were making fun of Ben Shapiro. We were, you know, it's been sort of a let's make fun of shit kind of night, rather than, you know, talk theory rather than espouse theory. Yeah, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, Ben Shapiro. We were
They even made fun of me. I don't take it too much to heart, though.
You
And
know.
again, Ben Shapiro, a man that can say whore on the air but not pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
It's okay, Sassy. Hello, Funk Master. You know, yeah, we were just discussing his masterpiece of a book, True Allegiance. It's fiction, and it's amazing. It's unintentional comedy. It's so terribly written, you can't help but love it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a work of art. Let's just put it that way.
Ramsey appreciates the breakfast content.
You're welcome, Ramsey. He can say ass though.
That is true.
So how did your stream go, Curio? How did everybody? Oh, Curio and Mitre still chatting on their line.
Yeah, they were chopping it up.
Let's see. He's making the bank. Name some valid criticism you have against Jim Jordan. This is just a partisan witch hunt.
Okay. You know, this might be the first indication that he is actually just a troll.
It's a partisan witch hunt. And it took you whole of 5 minutes to scramble and say, they're attacking John Jones. Oh, what can I say? It's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, other than the testimony of 8 former wrestlers, I don't know. I don't know what they have. Probably nothing. You're right. It's probably a witch hunt. It just so happens that every 5 fucking days, a pastor or a Republican politician get caught with their hands down some kid's pants. That's all. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though. I don't know. You know, I'm sure we just, you know, we're connecting dots that don't need connected. You know, just pure speculation. Never mind that there's an entire subreddit dedicated to tracking pastors, ministers, and priests, or, you know, other clergy who end up with silver bracelets around their wrists because they can't quite keep their hands off of the children. And it's not exactly a subreddit lacking for content.
I think that's the scary part.
About to hit the sack, but it came in for some intellectual stimulation before I crashed. Funkmaster, I may or may not be providing that tonight. Yeah, this is a light before bed story. Have a good one though. Speaking of sexual abuse, who is Andrew Cuomo? Another sexual abuser, and he should be condemned and deposed for it if the accusations hold any water whatsoever. You see how easy that is? You see how easy that is? You see how people over on the left do it all the time? Somebody from the left gets tagged with some shit and we're like, yeah, fuck that person.
Not the first guy named Andrew who's been a child diddler for some reason.
Like, I mean, it's not difficult. You just hear, you're like, oh, hey, we have pretty solid proof that somebody is diddling kids. Your first reaction should be, fuck that person. Not, well, hang on, you're just going on a partisan witch hunt here. If you come to their defense reactively because they have an R next to their name, or because they're, you know, the leader of some church shit that you believe in, you're not a great human being. Let's just put it that way. There's some work you need to do.
I've never personally believed they
Thank you for the
shouldn't be
follow.
punished, but I do like sit about and wonder if the whole Reformation thing is possible though, like where you do mental fucking jujitsu and recuperate them or whatever.
I mean, it's worth investing in.
All right, what the fuck is going on? Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck you guys! Oh my god!
Way too loud. Way too loud. Way too loud.
What did I miss?
What?
Fucking hell! Ramsey tagged me. All right. There is a town near Paris, like just next to my own city, which is called Levallois-Perret. With the mayor of that town is or was Balkany. Is it still that guy? So this is the 10th most densely populated city in the world, FYI, and the Balkans are Trump-like. They are like conservatives, pro-rich, the scum of the earth, and they were indicted recently. Recent. It was what? I don't remember if there's been a development in their numerous court cases, but the inhabitants of Levallois are staunch supporters of their beloved mayor. It's insanity.
I'm just seeing the Rich Lives Matter sign.
Yes.
Je suis Balkany.
This literally looks like a bunch of fucking upper crust.
Frenchies, no less.
Yeah, interesting. It's just sweet balcony. Let's see. Yeah, who was the former comedian turned senator that was ousted for inappropriate behavior 15 years before? I know, right? Funny how we word our critique different when we talk about the side we like. Young Buzzard, welcome to a post-left, post-anarchist space. I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna run with it. I'm tired of fucking getting hit from both sides, so I'm gonna fucking step back and be like, then I get to punch back. You fucking, if both sides want to punch, then fine. Fucking, I'm tired of fucking taking it from both sides and not being able to swing back. Fucking Buzzard, point out the specific linguistic constructs that you're speaking of, because quite frankly, if there was any denial over on the left for something like fucking any of this stuff, dude, call that shit out. But the tendency is that the left immediately distances themselves from this shit, whereas the right defends them to the final breath. I mean, look at fucking Roy Moore. Jesus Christ, that dude was fucking cruising malls and shit. He was trying to pick up 15-year-olds, and the deputies have come forward and said they knew he was. Jesus Christ, and still Republicans defend this piece of shit. Like, how much does it take for the political right to be like, you know what? Maybe our leaders shouldn't be diddling kids.
I have like a
update, folks. The protest is parody. It was
okay. Good.
It was a happening. It was done for the laugh.
Okay, thank God. No worries.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask Kai and Kat, what are you guys' reactions on the handful of rich people that actually think they should be taxed more?
I mean, they could probably do more to advocate amongst people of their class.
Elizabeth Disney fucking does a decent amount, but I don't know if her last name is Disney these days or not, but I would say either they're in one of two positions, or three. Let me do three. One, they know nothing's going to change, and so it's a safe position to have. Two, they're looking to the future and saying, oh, well, maybe I should hedge my bets. And maybe there will be a proletariat workers uprising. And maybe I should be seen as to be on their side from the start. Or three, they legitimately believe it.
Yeah. My critique is just they could do better. They could do better to advocate among their class, or they could directly fund political PACs that are key races across the country. They could do a lot of work in states like Georgia. They could do a lot of they can move bluer areas. There's a lot that they could do that they just don't, and they have more than enough resources to mobilize people to make those changes happen.
I do think that the reason the demographic of rich people who want to be taxed more is smaller is simply because they couldn't convince other people in the same income bracket to join them in the means. So
okay, well then
do
then
more.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool to hear then, but
yeah,
really
if
mean much.
okay, so I got disposable $50 million this year, right? I've got $50 million I can blow this year. It just means nothing to me, and I can spend it like somebody else spends $5. No big deal.
Daddy Bezos.
So if you've got that 50 million and you know that you're not going to be able to just your direct advocacy to your peer group isn't going to do the job, then the next step is exactly what Kat said. And then comes the cynical critique from the rest of us, because have they taken that step? And that's where my hedged bets come in, right? Option 3 is they actually believe it. Let's just say most of us don't buy that one. So either they're hedging their bets or, it's like that. So then comes in the cynical critique portion of it.
Right. And if they're not doing it out of sheer laziness or ignorance, then they don't really have an excuse, since they have access to literally all of information humanity has ever synthesized at their fingertips, that can be curated by experts at their beck and whim. You know, like
I mean, imagine having that Bill Gates level power. That you're like, oh, you know what? I really would like to know more about, you know, the process of viral infection within the, you know, mammalian species. You can literally have these fuckers airlifted to your doorstep the next day. You can have a world-class team assembled in your living room 24 hours from when you have that idea.
Yeah, I think the question I have now more lies on the fact that if there's a small demographic of those people that couldn't convince more to come in, would you necessarily like judge them on face value for placing safe bets when they couldn't get more people to, like, I don't know, join them in the cause?
Okay, here's a hot take. For me, not really. I think it's just, you know, this is something that Marx went into in Das Kapital, you know, meme book, whatever, haha, funny, ancient theory. But, like, you know, it's accumulation of wealth. People have class interests. People are very vested in preserving those hierarchies, whatever they may be, blah, blah, blah. People are products of their material conditions. This is just a fundamental issue with capitalism as a whole. This is something that's baked into the system as we see it. And thus, like, I think these people are just products of, like, systemic failings.
I mean,
Obviously, they have, you know.
Yeah, I had a solution to fix that, which is kind of a different way to jab at it. It was essentially to create two different kinds of, I guess, either for-profit or non-profit centers, but people of the different classes just sit down at them. So in the first one, you have the poor and the middle class, and they just teach each other, like, basic ideas of building wealth and, you know, going about good habits financially and other things. And then how to start basic businesses, different, like, theories that are well structured. And then the second center is essentially taking all of that and building onto it. And the underlying sentiment and value to that is to have someone eventually be able to go from being a poor man to at least being able to be not necessarily well off, but living well. You're giving them a distinct path.
There's a number of problems with that we will fucking touch on, but Buzzard, it is adorable that you think that this is somehow not an anarchist stream and that I won't make fun of CNN or the left and that I'm some sort of, like, demagogue for, I don't know, CNN or what you perceive to be leftist mainstream media. It is absolutely precious, and I wish Ace were here to get out the popcorn and call you precious and all of the other sort of shit Ace calls people. It would be amazing. But, bro, I don't know what your deal is. Earthquakes are alerted to me, like today. Who else? Oxymass, where are you?
Apparently Young Buzzard was not directing any of that to you.
Aw, well, too bad.
Can I
Okay, so the
side?
Canada. Part of Canada.
Canadian earthquakes. Well, it's going to be Ring of Fire. It's probably not going to be the East Coast. Earthquakes, Canada.
Yeah, chat, you're on your own with this. I'm ranting right now.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch, actually.
Oh, fuck.
What's today's date? 3/3. All right.
There are also earthquakes in Russia, apparently.
Oh, these are the last 30 days. I don't have
future data.
I don't have anything for today or yesterday. Were there actual alerts, or did you just get a false alert, Oxy? I went super Kansas and got out the sunflower seeds. Oh, Momo. Check Twitter. Give me a Twitter link, Oxy, if you would be so kind, or somebody else. All right. So here would be the critique from at least my position, Solarial, is that you're just perpetuating a cycle of capitalist inequity and coercion. And now all you're suggesting is, hey, let's cause more strain on the developing world. Let's cause more strain on the environment by, you know, potentially just causing more usage rather than rebalancing the system outright. You're not eliminating the super wealthy. You're saying teach the poor the tools and tricks and con man techniques of the super wealthy. And hopefully they too can exploit and coerce and steal their way to a decent living.
Yeah, like the central issue is that we have to realize that like the idea that like a majority of people could be like successful business owners just ignores the realities of the market, and that like ultimately the vast majority of people are going to be employees of these workplaces. You know, it's probably within our best interest to decentralize a lot of these businesses and, you know, spread them out across the population if that's truly the route that we want to go towards. Either way, big corpo's got to go.
Lucy, I'm glad you're doing better physically. I'm glad you got that vaccine going, but I can't believe you're still waiting on a replacement a year on. Like, fuck me. March 12th will be the date of the like death of Lucy's wheelchair. And that was last year, and still hasn't received a fucking replacement. Talk about failings of the system. Jesus Christ, Lucy. Sorry to hear that. Glad you're getting your vaccine though.
Alhamdulillah. Is that how you say it?
You fucking Medicaid red tape. Jesus Christ. Look, you know, I'm looking for spelling, and I think there's a misspell there, but it's Alhamdulillah or something like that. It's ALHAMDULILLAH. But Lucy has, you know, occasionally trouble typing, so.
Gotcha.
Right, because of course it is. Fucking Medicaid. Exactly, Momo. We need universal single payer coverage so badly in this goddamn country. Yeah, it's a Muslim hallelujah.
Okay. Yeah, so Alhamdulillah is I feel like that's okay.
Yeah. And you know, yay from those of us that are non-believers.
Yeah.
I just think it sounds cool.
Apparently it's also the Gesundheit when someone burps.
I do. We just talked about this the other night, actually. That like I think it was on Curious. My IRL friend group. When we sneeze, it's bullshit. That's what we say. We're just like bullshit.
Nice.
Yeah, rather than bless you. We're like, yeah, that's all bullshit anyway. Let's just call it bullshit. Oh, good idea. Let's just run with that.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's our call and response for that.
Is there a way that we could crowdsource wheelchairs? Like,
I'm sure we
sketch that shit.
Probably, actually.
What are the constraints of making a wheelchair?
You need the tube work. It's usually aluminum or stainless steel, depending on who manufactures. So you're gonna have to have somebody who can do the tube bending and the welding. Aluminum and stainless steel welding is a skill unto itself. So you're gonna need somebody to work the metal. You're gonna need somebody to assemble the metal. You're gonna need somebody to stitch or rivet the various support systems. You're gonna need an upholsterer. So, cutter, welder, upholsterer, assembler, done.
Sounds like something the average person could do.
Mine is a power chair with lift.
Oh,
whole other ball game.
That's
another. Sorry, I was overconfident on this one.
Power chairs are like, that's hydraulics or pneumatics, isn't it?
That actually would be more like, okay, yeah, so Viva, you need me. And then add me to the mix, and Viva and I could probably build one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd just be a control mechanism, you know, maybe an 8-way joystick, something like that. Some pneumatics, maybe. Hell, you want to fucking bounce up and down like the cars? We could throw you some fucking hydraulics up in there. Get this shit fucking rolling. We'll throw some lights on it. Yeah, we'll make this
so fucking baller.
Yeah, make this bitch baller. Single payer is a terrible policy. You're right. Tankies must be stopped. I agree. Single payer military systems is a terrible policy. Single payer fire departments are a terrible policy. Single payer police departments are a terrible policy. Therefore, single payer healthcare must also be a terrible policy. So, feel free to inform me which of the above you are against. Politically, are you ideologically against the fire department, the police department, or the military? Which of these functions within the United States system are you inherently against because you see it as a failing of the system, a failure of organizational structure, and a failure of allocation of funds? So feel free.
I'm trying to like vibe more and just relax a little bit after earlier, but can I throw a dog bone on the subject of healthcare?
Go for it.
Fister, organizational, not.
So, one of the things that seems to be
Fire Ramsey.
An impatience issue, more or less, is I see people in America, and whenever they want something implemented, they want it immediately started nationwide. When I think it is easier to prove to the surrounding entities if you start on a micro scale in like a neighborhood, spread to the city, then a county kind of thing, and you slowly work your way out rather than having the whole region adopt a new policy or bill or law at once in the regards to something like healthcare, UBI, etc. I think that'd be a better way to go.
The problem is you don't understand the economics of scale in that sort of situation. Providing healthcare for a neighborhood is far more expensive than providing healthcare for a nation. I know that's counterintuitive, but that's the economics of scale, and that's how they work. Also, too, as far as UBI goes, one of the things that UBI has yet to do, there has been no test bed program that has actually done this, is implemented UBI, plain and simple. Not through a lottery, not through a selection process, and not ending in 12 months. We are implementing a UBI. You all get it for as long as this program is going to exist. That has different economic, sociological, and psychological ramifications than giving people $500 a month for 12 months. It has far more ramifications on a societal level when you do it at a larger scale as well. And so no study is going to be able to do that unless you start talking state level or cities that matter. And I'm sorry to phrase it that way, but that's the truth. You want to do something like New York City or Los Angeles or Chicago. Then we could learn something. We're going to be implementing a 5-year or 7-year universal basic income program in the city of New York. Everyone gets it. Every single person, man, woman, and child over the age of 12, will be receiving a stipend from the government for the sum total of $650 every month.
No, yeah, I agree with most of what you're putting out there. Just like with 2 exceptions, which is that I'm pretty sure a lot of these kinds of things were started as preliminary tests explicitly. And the other thing is you are correct with starting it on cities that matter. I would not involve NYC based on what I've heard thus far from people actually in NYC, because there are programs that cover a significant portion of people's expenses if they are below a certain income threshold.
Viva, there's an argument to be made to start it on like a mid-tier city if you do that. If you actually did that on a mid-tier city that could afford it, I would suggest Vegas. I know this is like, it sounds like I'm doing some, but no. Vegas could afford it. We have a taxable entity in this state that could easily cover this cost. And we have a limited, isolated population set. And so we've got maybe 3 million people. Let me do some quick fucking math. Let's just say...
Would Portland, Oregon also be valid?
Billion GDP. That economy at a glance. I just need the GDP. Jesus Christ. Just give me the fucking GDP for a year.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do this. We could give all of the residents of Las Vegas $1,000 a month, and it wouldn't really be that much skin off our backs as a state. And you could also, increase the room tax on the casinos. You could do a whole fucking thing. It could easily be funded. So we could do something like $1,000 and it'd be no skin off our backs. So that would be roughly $3 billion a year for the population of Las Vegas. Now, let's say we yeah. I mean, we could easily do $2,000 a month for every resident of Las Vegas. Wouldn't be a thing. And $2,000 a month is enough to start talking about how you're covering basic costs. $2,000 a month is enough to like make sure food shortages don't happen, make sure any rent shortages get covered. That's enough to actually start talking about a real UBI. Is Denver mid-tier? Denver's mid-tier. Yeah, Denver could talk as well. And so, yeah, you could definitely, the only reason I say is Vegas is something that we're all comfortable taxing. Nobody here has a problem with taxing the casinos. We do it all the time. This is why Nevadans don't pay state income tax. It's because we tax the shit out of the casinos. We're perfectly comfortable with that idea in this state, taxing the shit out of the businesses that support us. So
Denver would probably work too, actually, now that I think about it, because they have a lot of spots in the aerospace industry and like advanced weapons technology and other things. Like there's a lot of that over there, so they could probably find ways to do that too, like tax that kind of thing.
Oh, Tanky's reasoning was a public option would be 100% a public option would 100% be better than single payer because single payer is way too extreme. You have no freedom of choice and no market to regulate prices.
Yes, because the market has historically regulated healthcare prices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that working out for you already? By the way, the freedom of choice actually increases under single payer healthcare. Do you really give a shit about your insurance company, Tanky? Do you really give a shit about your insurance company? Are you like, oh man, I'm so glad I get to choose Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield over United Healthcare? Oh wow, it's so much better over at Anthem than United Healthcare. Or do you give a shit about your doctors?
How dare you tax the military-industrial complex?
Because I'm guessing you give a shit about your doctors more than your insurance company. And so, Estrella, I get to choose who bankrupts me. So if I instituted a healthcare policy in this country that allowed for you to pay, let's say, $450 a year, and you had complete access to all specialists and doctors who took insurance at all, right? Because if you're going to take insurance, if you want to do private practice with no insurance, that's fine. I'm not going to force you into that situation as a doctor. But everybody who wants to accept insurance has to accept the universal payer system. I think that's a reasonable qualification to add to the healthcare legislation in this country. So if I can get you access to, let's say, like 85 to 95% of the doctors available in this country by paying $450 to maybe $550 a year, and the ability to transit across state lines, which is something most insurance and carriers in this country already don't allow for. So if you need to see a specialist at, say, the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, you can go do that. If you want to go to Mount Sinai, you can do that. How is that not a better option? And as far as market regulation of the prices go, I think everybody laughing at that statement is already enough. Remdesivir by Gilead costs $1 to manufacture. They sell it for $2,500 to $3,000, actually $3,200, depending on who is administering it. So much for that market regulation of prices. So far, as near as I can see, the market's fucking us. And Fruity, thanks for the follow.
Tanky's just put forward that he wants the current stuff because he wants to choose his own doctors and coverage. Tanky's, I'm divided on whether I should take this up in good faith, but implementing something like universal healthcare doesn't take away your ability to choose your own doctors and coverage.
Well, that's why they said and coverage. Because they're trying to sneak away from that as best they can, because that's the fact of the matter is universal single payer healthcare systems provide you more doctoral access, more specialization access. They provide you access to more clinics and facilities at a nationwide level. So your coverage and your doctors go up. Yeah, and as Rabbit's pointing out, I choose my doctor, someone who's never dealt with an actual hospital bill. You don't pick your ER doc. Let's see. Viva, what's the market value of your life, Tanky? Yeah, you could just choose not to take the drug and die. That's an option. Exactly, Amorous.
So, Tanky, I have a question for you. Would you sacrifice your left kidney to pay for a month of rent?
Probably. Estrella, I pick my doctor out of a small list of options. Exactly, like most of us do, Estrella. And Momo just lost her doctor of 20 years, my kid's lifelong doctor, because the insurance company.
Yeah.
As an aside, as a French, I can get to any doctor I want. Single payer healthcare, I don't give a shit. I can walk into a doctor's office today and have coverage.
It's amazing that Americans argue against this when, I mean, one, logically I can get there. Two, I can get there, based off the information in my day-to-day life, having grown up in hospitals with a mom who's firmly embedded in this industry for her entire life. But three, because I'm somebody who's been past the border of the United States and spoken to somebody who didn't grow up in the United States. Like, it's really simple. You just call somebody from fucking Australia or Germany or France or the UK and you're like, hey, I just have a question about health care. And any one of them will tell you, oh yeah, what you have is utter dog shit. Here's what we're working with. Like,
yeah.
It's absolutely absurd. And then, of course, then there's the stupidest of the comments that I always hear. Well, it's different because America's bigger. You do realize that works for us, not against us. When you buy more of something, the prices go down, not up.
Well,
on a
the
per
argument
capita.
is more about population densities. But if Canada could crack it, why not the US?
Canada's not population dense, though, to be honest. I'm going to be with you on that one.
I mean, again, population doesn't matter. That's the thing. The more population you have, the easier this becomes. Because it's a socialization of a cost. The more people you have to socialize the cost with, the easier it is to absorb that cost. It's basic economics of scale. The price goes down with mass manufacturing or mass production or mass consumption. And then you can distribute that cost over a larger purchaser base. And thus, the average cost goes down as well. I mean,
yeah.
How is this difficult?
On a layman's perspective as well, the GDP and the budget of
there it is.
America
I'm sorry.
leagues ahead of Canada.
Oh yeah, we dwarf everybody.
Yeah, so it's like don't even try.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Hey, Zexos. Right now we're talking about healthcare and how Americans have no concept of it. Tankies must be stopped. Love it. Love it. If we have single payer, we'd be increasing taxes to pay for teenagers to get sex changes.
Can I insert something that is possibly a rare-ish take? I don't think it's necessarily a hot one, but it's a rare-ish one. All right. Age restrictions: 16 for HRT, 21 for SRS, non-negotiable. Done.
Wait, 21 for SRS?
Yep. Not budging.
I just want to know why.
As Americans, we tend to, other than the weird alcohol thing, we tend to put most things at 18 in this country. I probably get where you're coming from, but if you're going to make that argument, I'm going to make a counter argument. So go ahead. Why 21?
Why 21? Actually, I know. I actually think I know the counter argument I'm gonna give. So if you really want to move it to like 25, yes, I will be prepared to say yes to that.
Okay.
But that aside, I am simply not a fan of having something like mental health be a major issue in the past 10 or 20 years, and having someone that is 13 or 14 try and figure out their gender when they don't have anything else in their life straight yet. The way I've always phrased it to people is you should transition not because you want to feel special or because you think you need it for attention. You should transition because you want to transition. And there's a very fine line between those things.
Counter argument: if you're 18, you should be able to make choices for yourself because you're an adult, and therefore it's your choice.
I personally refute that because when I was 18, I
Just because
absolutely-
you are a
ask me
shithead
now,
when you're
being-
18 doesn't mean other people are.
That is fair.
Right, and that's the thing too, is that a lot of these trans people are like gonna go through like behavioral therapy for like their whole lives before they have to like make the decision.
What I am saying, at least, I don't know much about like later on, like 18 to 25, but for the early stages of seeing people that are 13, 14, 15 years old, I want to kind of shove a window of when people can get HRT and SRS a little further over, just so that you can actually like give them time to mature biologically, so they can make more rational decisions.
Zexos with the fucking, like, we got a couple of, fucking Viva, like, bad take Thursdays tomorrow. Rabbit, like, what the hell is happening right now? Zexos and, okay, so Zexos comes in with, like, isn't there, like, cross-dressing for babies or something like that? Okay, that just came out of fucking, Jesus Christ.
Cross-dressing is not relevant, or should I say, it's not on the same scale as HRT. If you cross-dress, that's a thing you can do at any age, and I won't judge you on any level for it. HRT, you're screwing around with your body hormones. That's way different than just putting on feminine clothing.
Lucy.
Right. I guess what's
Sorry
your
to hear
position
that,
on
Lucy.
I guess the central question to this: what is your position on puberty blockers then? Because that's probably more important than the actual HRT, to be frank.
If it's something that is
It is
coincided
completely
with
reversible,
transitioning,
and athletics have shown to cause the same thing in half of the population.
if it is reversible, then I would probably not cover it under a hypothetical bill for this kind of stuff. But for genuine things that affect such things as like hormones and all that, where it's like has an impact on the person's biology and health, I would limit that to 16.
I guess like what if they need it for like something aside from transition? Like why is transition like the only part like here that we're considering?
I can't answer that question well, but what I can say to you from my perspective is I have always worked on a very basic outlook, which is that and stay with me for the whole thing because you're gonna be really confused at first and a little bit irritated. I don't consider trans man and trans woman. I don't consider trans and cis to be appropriate labels. If they want to be a woman, use them as woman. And if they want to be men, use them as men. And that's referencing informally. Formally, if you have to do something like sports or something, then that's where you sort of sadly are forced to bring them in due to performance differences. I don't really want to phrase it that way, but yeah. There's not anything we can really do about that.
Okay, apparently Momo wants in.
Oh, sorry, Momo. Thank you for... Okay, Momo, deep breath. First off, deep breath.
Yep, I know.
I
just lit a cigarette.
Not to be diminutively speaking down to you, but good girl.
You are lucky that I got high as fuck before coming on there.
Okay, background.
Zexo, shut the fuck up.
All right, so
I think I
everybody
speak for
listen.
everyone.
Everybody listen to Momo, who has far more experience than probably everybody except Rabbit. I have to exclude Rabbit for this example.
I worked with Rabbit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But
background on this.
We'll admit
I
that.
founded a group to support parents of trans and non-conforming gender creative children. Okay, the whole spectrum. I have been working with Rabbit up until a couple years ago when I had to leave to take care of my own family, with a teen youth group, LGBT teen youth group. Many years of experience on this subject. Zexos, you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about, so shut up and listen. Siluria, also you.
Oh,
Okay.
and Tankies.
Oh yeah, Tankies too, but I haven't seen Tankies say anything recently. So, here's the deal. Hormone blockers literally just hold off puberty until the child in question is ready to make a decision about transitioning. If they decide they don't want to transition, they just stop the blockers and then they have puberty. If they do transition, they start the appropriate hormones and then they have that puberty.
But Momo, what are the ramifications, short-term and long-term, for this individual if they don't block the puberty and they still feel that they wanted to transition?
They develop sex characteristics of the sex that they are born as instead of their gender, which is a whole other thing. And that is psychologically traumatic. These people who are my friends, my family, my loved ones that I will fight for forever go through absolute hell.
So, erring on the side of caution, given the fact that we know that there's only a few downsides, and most of them are things like, probably going to be the haha, you haven't developed breasts yet, or you haven't had your growth spurt as a guy, or you haven't developed hair, a little picking on here and there. These are probably the downsides of taking such puberty blockers. And then deciding, hey, maybe I want to go through with this, and you come off it, and you go through the natural form of hormones, kick back in, puberty, etc.
Your body naturally reverts.
Okay. And the downside of not taking them, and then later deciding that you do wish to transition, is potentially a life full of, actual PTSD.
Actual PTSD, actual trauma, hating yourself, depression. The suicide rates are astronomical.
What,
in the trans community,
in your experience, in your highly experienced opinion, what would be the aggregate age that most people seem to want to transition at? And what do you think is the responsible age to transition at?
well, social transitioning can happen at any age. Social transitioning is things like a haircut and clothing. I have worked with children as young as 4. And Zexos, I need you to listen. A child as young as 4 came out of nowhere. Right? Parents completely clueless, didn't even know anything about the LGBT community. Not some woke mom finding out stuff on Twitter, as you said before. Literally had no clue. Got their kid in therapy, had to figure things out, figure out what was going on. Right?
Hang on one sec. Lucy, I understand if that's what you need to do. Keep your own mental health in mind. But I will tell you, basically knowing you and knowing the situation, basically as long as you don't make any threats of violence, don't directly violate TOS, I'm just saying I'm going to take everything, you just say what you need to say if you need to say it. But I also understand that you may need to excuse yourself from the conversation. So either way, whatever choice you make, I support it. Anyway, Momo, back to you.
That's why I said I will fight for my loved ones, and I left it at that.
Yeah. Like, just don't violate TOS. I'm good with what you say.
So, hearing everything I did, can I politely talk to you, Momo?
Politely, yes.
Okay. Based on everything I've heard out of you, it coincides with a lot of what I've said. I am not. I am not against people transitioning at all. In fact, I treat it in a very simplistic manner of if people want to be considered a woman, then they can be a woman. If they want to be considered a man, then they can be a man. And for me, I grew up in a small town of 900 people. It was very rural. We had very blunted mindsets for good or for worse. And so a lot of the time, I refuse to bring in prefixes like cis and trans to simplify people who would rather be a woman and a man. With the sole exception of performance in things like sports, I will bring the prefixes back for that, even though I don't want to. And that's not that's out of my control. It's out of my control. Humans can't really control biology well enough so that they can augment it to be equal to so that cis and transgenders can be equalized.
But
we're not at that stage yet.
But why? I mean, why can't a trans woman compete in sports with other women?
At the risk of potentially seeming like I am transphobic, which is not my intent, I will put forward cautiously that at the time being, the reason we cannot have trans women in the same bracket as cis women is because of the biological differences that are still there. They may be smaller, but they are still noticeable. And like I said, until we can augment our own biology enough to equalize the differences between cis and trans women, and the same on the other side for cis and trans men, we are not there yet. When we are, it'll be far easier. Now, that is the first part of the way I view things. The second part is I will welcome things like cross-dressing at any age. I do not judge. I do not shade people. I use that as a broad term. I try and be as polite as I can.
But that's not in America, in the United States. It's actually a transphobic term.
Then, by all means, do tell me the proper term.
It's not cross-dressing, unless you are like a drag queen.
I am a cis male. I have no predilections, no tendencies, no inclinations. If I decided to go out and dress in a decidedly feminine manner, then that term may apply. But even then, it's not a wholly looked at as the term carries a lot of baggage.
Yeah,
kind of like the term queer to just, like, in spaces where people are still questioning their identity. That's a term that's been floated around as of recently. But
and by the way, yeah, I'm in the I'm in the camp of like, can we just like stop assigning gender to clothes?
Yeah, I never considered that.
Like, why can't I wear a skirt? Goddammit, I live in the desert. It's fucking hot. I want a skirt.
Got the best air conditioning.
Yeah.
See, can I posit an argument as like a sports dude?
Sports dude.
Yeah.
Hashtag sports dude.
Why? Okay. I'm gonna. This is gonna sound a little bit overly reductionist, but like, just hear me out. If trans women are women, why don't they just compete with the women? Like, why don't we just let them have that advantage?
This is what I'm saying. That's why I asked.
Yeah, it's like what's like if they truly are women and you believe they are to be women, then like why not just let them compete with that advantage?
See, I personally, I'm an old school Greco-Roman style. I say everybody gets oiled up and wrestles it
They're
out.
not ready. They're not ready. They're not ready for the true take that is just like
Yeah.
let's just abolish all the barriers and
Just
like, see who's the best athlete. But,
Let's
you know, they're
just
not ready for
figure
that.
it out.
See, the reason why people aren't ready for that is that they don't want to accept reality where like women are just like irrelevant at the top ends of sports. But you know that's a whole different conversation.
The reason I'm trying to be as gentle as possible in the debate is because I really, at my core, even though sometimes I say some really dickish things, it's even though I don't really think of what I am speaking, it is usually meant with good intent. But this is one of those things where people are really, really prone to being canceled by like thousands of people at once for screwing up. So I'm really watching. It's stepping on eggshells.
With all due respect, this is a 58 viewer stream.
Yeah.
No offense, guys. Like
Yeah.
you know, like you know.
I would still, for the sake of trying to be polite, go through the same way. That being said,
that's fine. I'm just saying, like the like you know, we can toss aside the whole like feelings of like canceling or whatever.
Okay.
That's not gonna happen here.
So I'll
I mean, Momo may ban you from her channel, but you know,
I'll try and put this forth and reiterate the sports thing of why trans women can't just compete with regular women. And
Ooh, okay.
this is a tongue biter, okay?
Hold on. Trans
on.
women are regular women. They're just women.
I'm morally,
for the
philosophically,
purposes of
rhetorically, I agree.
For the purposes of discussion, there has to be some distinction made because then.
Yes. Morally, philosophically, all that stuff, I agree. They are equal. Biologically is a different story. They have transitioned, but because they were once a cis male or cis female, their performance is going to be differentiated. And until we can augment biology enough to equalize trans and cis of the same gender.
Oh God, who cares?
But why do we need to do that though?
We don't. They were. This is the thing.
No, I mean I won't even deny the advantage. I'll just bite the bullet on that. I just don't see why we have to.
There are, in all of humanity, each human is built differently, regardless of gender, regardless of sex.
Oh yeah, 100%. Someone like LeBron James, which isn't even in the same like you know tier of man as like I don't fucking know. Give me like some unathletic like white boy in the NBA. Come on, somebody. Anybody?
In the what?
In the NBA.
You're asking the wrong person.
And just somebody. Fucking Mitre, come on. Give me. No, Luka Doncic is stupidly athletic.
Good night,
Get the
RV.
fuck outta here.
Take care of yourself.
Somebody, come on.
I think I may
Larry
have
Bird.
an idea of why people get stuck up on this specific area.
Oh, Fax
And it's
put some
because-
like Polish shit in there.
and it might
Fixated on
be
that because
JJ
the
Barea, there you go.
fixated on that.
the reason people get stuck up on matters such as sports is because in the process of trying to discern what should and shouldn't be allowed, they're focused on what is a fair game rather than what is morally fair. I think that is
Right, but-
a fair assumption to throw out.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's no such thing as like a fair competition.
Okay.
Otherwise, everybody
So
would, like,
let's
win
bring
at
a
equal
little
rates.
bring a little science into this, and look to the sports medicine and published United States National Library of Medicine, National Institute of Health. New Zealand did a fucking comprehensive study. Sport and transgender people, a systematic review of all literature relating to sports participation in competitive sports policies. Whether transgender people should be able to compete in sport in accordance with their gender identity is a widely contested question within the literature and among sports organizations, fellow competitors, and spectators. Owing to concerns surrounding transgender people, especially transgender female individuals having an athletic advantage, several sports organizations have placed restrictions on transgender competitors. Example, must have undergone gender-confirming surgery. In addition, some transgender people who engage in sport both competitively and for leisure report discrimination and victimization. Let's just jump to the conclusion. Currently, there is no direct or consistent research suggesting transgendered female individuals or male individuals have an athletic advantage at any stage of their transition, cross-sex hormones, gender-confirming surgery, or otherwise, and therefore competitive sports policies that place restrictions on transgender people need to be considered and potentially revised.
I just want to find one particular thing in this
Eight
that'll like,
8 research articles and 31 sports policies were reviewed in this meta-analysis.
Yeah, another one that you could also look at is the Olympics. I believe the Olympics have been allowing trans people to compete for about 10 years now, and none of them have even like struck bronze.
It's just a non-issue.
It's not an issue at all.
I mean, even if it was, I would still just allow it. Fuck it.
Like,
So yeah,
unlike
yeah,
so
no,
many
I'm with.
years.
I've moved now. Yeah. So in that case, I will just say for every purpose, I would just drop the prefixes. Rather consider trans women to be women and trans men to be men.
That's because they are.
I saw somebody say that they want to see LeBron go into women's MMA. Gabby Garcia would fuck him in the next week if he actually tried that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of women that's the thing is if you're crossing, like if you're like, hey, I'm a baseball player, or I'm like fucking I play cricket or some shit, and you're like, I'm a man, I can fight women. There's a whole bunch of fucking MMA fighters out there that are just gonna.
And I kind of took the time to like lean my head down as I was like going through like this in the past 5 minutes, just because I wanted to have a clear cut of mind. But when I was mostly done, I did look back at chat, and there was someone asking why I sounded like I went on a Joe Rogan podcast. The short answer through and through is because, to tell you the truth, I am absolutely a pussy. I am scared of offending people.
Mitre has a point too, by the way. Yeah, and Rabbit, I could always throw in the anthro argument if you want to have some real fun. Mitre, all I want to happen right now is for Siluria to admit that you don't care about women's sports.
I mean,
I don't care about any sports.
Yeah, no, that's my take. Yeah, sports is kind of with like maybe 2 exceptions. Sports in general is boring.
Tankies must be stopped. I mean, LeBron doesn't train MMA in any capacity.
LeBron does not train for fighting.
Yeah, he plays basketball like really fucking well. And
he
he's
literally
still
trains to what, run and jump?
Well, he runs, jumps, he stops on a dime. He has extreme precision in his hands. Like,
does not matter. Women are weak. This is how we know he's just a troll.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's
or just the word that we're not allowed to say anymore on Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I do have one really good question that would help with a lot of things, being as how you have many years of experience in the field of assisting LGBTQ people. When you have someone that you are working with and they are taking beta blockers, as I think they were,
No,
puberty blockers.
That's
puberty
for
blockers.
Heart issues, but okay.
Yeah, puberty blockers. I get lost.
Beta
Like I confuse
blockers.
shit. So when a lot of these people you work with take puberty blockers, when is the average age where they tend to make a decision? And I'm asking that roughly. You don't have to. You can kind of like take, okay, if it's like 13, 14, 15, scrunch it together kind
In
of
the
thing.
United States, the average age for moving over to actually taking testosterone or estrogen is about 16, 17.
Okay, so that fits, yeah, pretty well with what I was suggesting, which is the concept of putting down an age restriction for 16 for
Just a
people
sec,
to
folks.
take HRT.
How much do you bench?
Would you agree with something like that, Momo? Like, just
I'm
for
a signable.
an aspect of saying, hey, like, beta blockers freely taken for something like HRT, limited to 16. Would you support something like that?
No, I think every decision about this needs to be between the patient and the doctor.
Okay.
Blanket rules when concerning health are very rarely effective.
And like, Siluria, I'm gonna tell you like I came late to the party on this subject, and the argument that got me is that I've like no right to um, you know police what other people do with their body is I think the main important thing to take out here. It's not your place to say they should do this or that, they should take this or that drug. It's really not up to you.
A lot of the logic that I've used, maybe improperly, to at least some extent try and police people, whether I want to admit it or not, is based on the concept of we all make dumb decisions. That is everyone. So I'm trying to find a good middle road average to say we can stick to this and at least make a majority of the population happy. Maybe
Yeah,
not
but
all, but the
trans folks
majority.
aren't the majority. They have
Extremely oppressed minority.
yeah. There's I don't want to say special. There are particular needs that needs to be addressed, and sure, there are going to be people who regret transitioning, and it's the vast minority of those who do. And the thing with like hormone blockers is basically that they allow for the security that yes, you are in a vulnerable age, you don't know what you're bad, you like yes. When I was a teenager, I was extremely vulnerable. I was very uncomfortable in my own body, but it doesn't like when you feel viscerally that you need something addressed, you should be able to,
Yeah,
no matter your age.
there's a difference between being an awkward kid who is uncomfortable and has low self-esteem and having no identity,
you.
all the things that are typical of the childhood experience, right? And being transgender and being in like the situation where you need to transition and be yourself, and especially if you are going through puberty and growing all of these parts that are wrong, and for example growing a square jawline and seeing facial hair develop when you know, like, to the core of your being that you are a woman, and seeing all these masculine features develop. Like, it is traumatic, it is horrifying, it is you literally hate yourself and you want to die. It is not the same thing.
Okay.
And I can't describe it because I'm not a transgender person, but I have worked with youth. I know and love many trans adults, and I have family members who I care very deeply for who are trans, and I cannot express in a way that is coherent
Tell us, tell us in a series of grunts and screams.
Do an expressive dance.
Yeah.
What do I think of gender abolishment? I think it's the same thing I think of the abolishment of race. I think that people still need to be able to express themselves.
I think abolition is the wrong word, and if you want to look into it, what the term you want is gender nihilism. Thank you, Kat. I got a book on it too. If you want a recommendation, that's a compilation of essays and opinions by a whole bunch of different people who have skin in that game. And so, yeah, if you want a book recommendation on that one, yeah, I can give you one. But yeah, the term you're looking for is probably gender nihilism, because abolition of gender is a whole other kind of concept.
Yeah. I kind of want to like touch further into something else that's like in the cloud of what we're talking about that may have like thrown Momo, she was here for a little more of a loop. I was quoted earlier probably saying that, gender should not be a reason to feel special or need attention from something. It should be a way to feel normal. And a lot of people, either if you misphrase that or if you don't explain it enough, get extremely pissed off. And the reason I poke that is because I've seen a lot of people that actually feel coerced into transitioning because of societal metas and other things.
They find a lot.
A considerable amount, like more than you would probably think. And I'm not in a position to pin a number, even rough, on it, so I'm not going to.
Well, if you're going to make an argument, you'd better have your numbers ready, buddy.
I can tell you it is probably in the tens to hundreds of thousands of people.
No.
Wait.
That go for this.
I'm gonna just flat out tell you that is not a thing in that number.
Whiskey Tango has brought this up. According to the Mayo Clinic, that puberty blockers do have possible side effects. So he is correct in point. I think it's a he. I'm sorry if I'm misgendering you, Whiskey. That it is possible to cause sterilization, further bone density issues, and underdevelopment of male genitalia. So I mean, it in the spirit of full discretion and completeness and nuance, we need to bring that to the forefront.
Okay.
Do you have a rate of that? Because did the Mayo Clinic website speak to rates of those incidents? But yeah.
Also, I am willing to admit that yes, my numbers may be flat out wrong, but that's why I didn't want to give them. I do know that there is at least some demographic of people, small or large, that do feel coerced into transitioning, and I've seen multiple cases of it myself. Because I used to be, and still am, friends with some of them.
So you're speaking more of personal anecdotes than
sort of a weird hybrid mixture of both of them.
Okay.
Before we go too much further, can we just appreciate the talking point that Tanky spewed about how if we have single payer health care, they don't want to pay for some liberal woman's 10 plus abortions?
That is rookie numbers.
Yeah.
Flat out don't care what Tanky wants.
Like that was an amazing Fox News talking point. Like that was straight off of like Newsmax or OAN or like Fox News. I love it. Some liberal woman's 10 plus abortions. That was a beautiful right-wing talking point you just spewed out. I mean, that's right up there with like they're taking our jobs level shit. Like, I just wanted to appreciate it. I wanted to take a moment, sort of revel in the sort of depths of anti-intellectual and bad faith argumentation that embodies. I couldn't let it go. Sorry, just had to do that.
And if we're going to address Sylvia's point, that let's imagine that, and it's not a really point, I really want to concede that there is a large number of people who are peer pressured into transitioning. So my analysis would be, with the current climate, with the pressure to gender conform, with like problems with toxic masculinity, our views on gender, the discussion on the topic at large. If we are just able to loosen that discourse, just admit that transitioning is okay, that being trans is normal, and so on and so forth, you would find that the people who are like there would be much less pressure, like peer pressure, to do so, because online, imagine the online communities that have built around this thing, this issue, and they're going to have radical acceptance of people who say, well, I don't feel comfortable in my gender, I don't feel comfortable in my body, and like there will be in those circles like some pressure to transition. If you are able to normalize that idea and stop, you know, um, saying there's risk, it's not, it's something which is, and so on and so forth. If we could just stop, aggrandizing the risks, there would be less people who are likely to transition out of peer pressure, quote unquote, if it's even a thing.
Fascinating.
I don't think I have anything I disagree with in that statement.
Lucy, I mean, you put it in chat, so I'm just going to take it as you don't mind, Lucy. But Momo, Lucy Winterwolf in chat, born.
Yeah, I was just typing to Lucy.
Yeah, that's an interesting set of circumstances.
Assigning gender to intersex, intergender newborns is very common, and giving hormones to basically force that child to be the gender the parents have decided that child is common practice even now.
Hey, Sue. Sorry, didn't see you in
Also, hi,
chat.
Sue.
Let's see.
I actually had I want to bring this up as a talking point because it was a really interesting conversation I had with my roommate on this, that I don't think has been brought up a lot as of yet. I might be totally wrong and it's been brought up before, but based on trains of logic and how people think, I don't think this has been brought up yet. That's my personal take. We were talking on this sort of stuff, and I brought up a question to him which I still think over, which is you have all of these movements for, hey, advocate for LGBTQ and all these people, which I by and by agree with. And then I realized, what do LGBTQ people think of things like hermaphroditism and transvestism and things like that? Because that's not a thing that's been brought up very much. And I was like, huh.
Well, transvestite is an old term.
It is, yeah. So you can focus on hermaphroditism more, probably.
What is there to think about?
Not
Yes,
very.
grab it. Everybody is gay now.
I'll
spread it far and wide.
Oh,
Fish in the water.
well, did you see I put it under shared content earlier today? Here, I'll put it on screen for everybody to see. This is 100% confirmed. I can tell you as a fact, as a gay man, this is in fact something that's happening. The gays are using windmills to waft
Yes.
homosexual mists into your home. Unfortunately, fucking Dave spilled the beans. We will be, yes, fucking Dave.
Spilling our secrets.
Yeah. So yes, exactly right. But they figured it out again. But that's okay. It seems that the large portion of the populace hasn't caught on. So we're gonna keep using the windmill program for now. We'll move over to the secret space lasers that turn people gay next year. But for now, we're gonna stick with the windmills.
See, what they didn't know is that ECO is the program we're using to get all of the kids in on the secret space laser program.
Exactly. CIA is gay now. Yes, that's how.
And yes, hermaphrodite is the old term for intersex. So I was actually looking that up.
Yeah, I would like to throw in something that I haven't yet, which is more personal on my level. Is the reason I am so scared of bothering people in gender debates primarily stems from the fact that even if it was a long distance relationship, I am an abuse victim in several areas, and I try to take it in stride and work past what has happened, and like anyone, it still comes back and bites me in the ass. But having experienced what I have, it is it's both nerve-wracking and
almost heartbreaking in a way that I could go on something like Twitter and have the chance of being canceled by 5,000 people for just trying to put out a flawed opinion on the matter. Like,
A place
Yeah,
like
that's-
Twitter is not where you want to.
Yeah,
do
Twitter is
something like that.
cesspool.
Twitter is not
Yeah,
the
it's
equivalent
horrible.
of the salon, right? Like this is
Yeah.
this is not the place for high level erudite discussion.
oh, I already knew that. in a
Well,
general
if you're
sense.
looking
It's
for a
just-
place with nuance, Twitter isn't it. And that's what you're looking for, is a place with nuance, because, you know, you fucking but hang on, I'm gonna take a second to pat my back. At least I've created a space in which, you know, you're not getting immediately screamed at, even though I know other channels on leftist Twitch would have screamed you out and banned you for some of the shit
Yeah.
you've said. But yeah, that's definitely not the place to be seeking that out.
Yeah.
So, Rabbit says, I've been canceled on Twitter at least 3 times in the last week.
Yeah, Rabbit gets canceled a lot on Twitter.
It's funny.
Nope, I canceled him
And
already.
YouTube.
And like, not only Twitter is a place where you have 280 character doc on people. It's let's just not address the gender issues on Twitter. Like, just any issue. Like, have you ever had a nuanced conversation of any kind on Twitter?
Thank
Yeah,
God.
that's
I've never had a conversation on Twitter. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, well-
I just like shit and then like get disappointed with the left, and then I just kind of fuck off.
I use Twitter to farm shit posts.
There is a part of me that
Estrella.
says both in love and good faith that I am to some extent heartbroken that when you bring up something like gender politics or anything, that it has to be as complex as it is. There's a part of that is heartbreaking, because in the end, everyone just wants the best for each other, even if that
No, they
means
don't.
having really shitty.
no, they
opinions.
don't. That's
I don't.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Everyone
By the
wants
way,
the best for them.
that laugh, Devil, was you. That fucking Twitter should only be used to say bonk and that you have jizz in your pocket.
Then I'll
I
generalize.
dig it.
I'll generalize. A lot of people do want the best for each other. Not all, but a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
just not sure if I agree with that.
I do not believe, especially within, okay, so here's my soapbox, especially within the sort of hyper individualistic Western capitalist bullshit XYZ add to fucking stuff that, you know, I'm going to add here system, that what you have is a highly competitive system that people are ready and willing to take advantage of each other despite awful circumstances. And so you end up with a whole host of people, I mean, numbering in millions and millions of people who legitimately, honestly do not want the best thing for you because they think they know what the best thing for you is. And then they try to enforce it upon you, whether that's conversion therapy, whether that's you need Jesus, or whether you just need to lift yourself up by your bootstraps.
How did that old meme go? Just like, y'all motherfuckers need Jesus.
You know, it's exact post left, baby, says Estrella. Twitter is 4chan with better graphics. Yeah, so no, most people don't actually want what's best for you. It's just the truth, because most people don't know what is best for you. And so they can't possibly know it or advocate for it. And, you know, hearkening back to Momo's point about passing legislation in these sorts of issues is just, there is no blanket rule that will apply. And then you're just going to have outlier cases, or even worse, you're going to marginalize the majority of the people that you're attempting to legislate. And then, you know, insert skyrocketing suicide statistic here.
A skyrocketing suicide statistic that is already astronomically high.
Yeah. So it's best to, one, assume not everybody has your best interest in mind, and two, a good policy that I've found over my life is don't tell people how to live their lives. And that's sort of, you know, the anarchist take on that. like, look, the fact of the matter is that you should have individual autonomy, and that should go to a huge extent. And by the way, when we're talking so liberally about legislating children's lives even more, can we talk about how children are the ones who inherit all of our collective bad mistakes and bad decision making on a daily basis, and yet they're the ones with no voice in it whatsoever, who we constantly undermine, who we constantly tell you're not old enough to make these decisions, you're not mature enough to make these decisions. Meanwhile, fully grown-ass adults are making dumbass decisions every day, and they're free too. So we have a legally oppressed group that is acceptable in all corners of the globe. It seems to, well, there are, I mean, certain Vietnamese fishing villages where the children raise the babies and stuff like that, where, I mean, legitimately there is responsibility passed on a level socially that is impressive. And the children rise to the task, I may add. They're not under-equipped. It is the failings of the society and the failings of the adults in these situations to equip the younger people amongst us with the tools necessary to critically think, to survive, to engage in the system, to make autonomous decisions for themselves in a responsible manner. It's not the age, as far as I'm concerned. I was going to hit you with the 25 thing, but the 25 thing isn't a thing. We all have known children and teenagers over the years who are far more responsible than some of our fucking shithead friends.
Yeah, no, and you're right, and that's kind of where I take personal fear out of, because you'll get the fucking pricks that'll come in and try and pull the eugenics card, and it sucks.
And to Tanky must be stopped point. Like, you have no place to speak. Only a 5 years old would vote for Donald Trump, and yet here we are. So, get your shit in order, man.
Well, that's just wrong. That's a hell of a statement. Look at the demographics. People become conservative. As they grow up and get smarter. At first, the liberal media controls the narrative. I mean, I
I didn't hear you mention Kamala Harris, the person that brings in $3 million a year.
Well, I mean, the conservative shift demographic actually doesn't hold water past the boomer generation. What you find is that what actually is the driving cause for a shift to conservatism in somebody's political sphere is money, not age.
Yeah.
And so that, if you transpose that to the millennials, then what you find is the shift dies. Because the millennials are not the inheritors of a brilliant system. Fucking Momo and I are the same age. Fucking.
I was gonna say, wait, Tankies, how old do you think Kai is?
Yeah. Like.
Yeah, that confused me too. Kai is way older than he looks.
Yeah. So I've circled this planet a few times, or circled the sun a few times. I've actually, travel wise, I haven't literally done it, but travel wise, yeah, I've put the miles up. Get Smarter with Conservatives in this 5 Easy Steps by Ben Shabino. Mr. Sir, I started off as a fundamentalist Christian. Now I'm a principled leftist. Twinks for Trump is a better argument against the youth vote than AOC ever could be. Amrit,
Trey, please.
Amorous, Kai, you should become a conservative any minute now. I know, right? Like, the older I've gotten, the more of an anarchist I've become.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I wasn't sure in my theory in my 20s. Now I'm like, oh no, now I have the foundation for it. Like, now not only do I instinctually feel it, now I can argue my point.
I was also gonna bring up, actually, a couple of seconds ago, isn't the existence of money into politics the exact reason people try and vouch for the existence of a duopoly?
Not necessarily, but it doesn't help.
I theorized that was the reason.
Rabbit and I both should be Republicans by now.
Oh yeah, me too.
Momo, like if it's just an age thing, Rabbit, Momo, and myself. Oh, and Sue definitely. Sue should most assuredly be a Republican by now, or whatever the Canadian equivalent of a Republican is.
Conservative.
There you go.
I would not argue that.
So, thank you. You refused to answer me when I asked you how much do you bench. So I'm gonna ask now. What's your degree? If you're so clever, how much do you get back home?
Yeah,
every
Craig
month?
is older than Sue and still moving left.
Nice.
Lucy, fucking 55, and I'm still getting more anarchist. Yeah, Cracknot still moving left. Let's see. Fucking.
Super Dad is Gen X.
I was gonna bring up something, by the way, which is you compared the Republican Party in America to the Conservatives in Canada. The reason that's a pretty bad comparison can be picturized in one thing, which is the Conservatives here are trying to call liberals out on corruption bullshit, and I don't think the Republicans would do that for the Democrats in America.
Oh yeah, they do it all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
They're like pedophile rings or whatever.
Yeah, and anytime, like, anytime that like somebody on the left, like the Democrats, makes a buck on something like some nepotism, insider trading bullshit, the Republicans scream bloody murder, but they do it all day long. No.
Okay, you're right, and they demonize each other. But to say the Republicans have a spot to comment under that, when Ted Cruz literally doesn't sign his 1040s is something, and I can literally give you his tax forms because they're public.
Estrella, I'm sorry, but you are fully a centrist, dude. No, he is. He is. But
I like Estrella. Estrella's chill.
But we remember we run a big tent, so we get degens such as centrists around these parts from time to time.
I like that.
I will say I like Siluria way better than Nord.
Oh yeah. You can make progress with Siluria rather than fucking Nord is just a brick wall that you'll be talking at for the next 4 days.
I block Nord on all platforms.
I feel this is gonna be like walking on eggshells, but it might have something to do with the fact that I'm moderate.
Okay, stop. Just state your thing, man. Own up.
Own your shitty opinion.
Nobody's gonna eat you.
Well, I mean, I can't
I've had
guarantee
people
that.
eat me for 6 years, so I always beat around the bush.
See, my thing is that I'm trying to throw some hot takes out there just to get the fire going, but I don't want to be like the subject of ridicule. By everyone.
I would almost crowdfund that. Hey, Slurry, you want to go to Portland? I want Siluria to hang out with Kaiser.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Kaiser and Kaiser's redhead.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm a poor fuck. Will you pay for the trip while I organize?
Yeah. You said
Oh yeah. Like we should crowdsource that. Like Kaiser can show you around Portland, and we'll see how long you stay a centrist. One.
I don't want to see that.
One engagement.
No, you know what?
Engagement
I'll
with
straight
Portland
into it.
PD.
Don't take me to Portland. Take me to fucking Salem.
No, you're going to Portland to deal with Portland PD, and you're going to see what an oppressive regime looks like, and you're going to see what conservatism looks like in practice, and we're going to be like, okay, so how did that whole trying to moderate and mitigate and work both sides go for you? Hold still. We're still trying to stitch up that gash in your forehead from the tear gas canister that smacked you upside the head. Just hold still. Yeah.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but to be fair, we don't really do that in Canada much.
Which is why we want to ship you to Portland.
Ship me to Portland. Oh, so I could fit into a crate now.
What's up, Sue?
With Madagascar.
Got something to say, Sue?
I think Sue was talking to somebody.
Oh, as an indigenous person. Tell you what, we don't even have to ship you abroad. Sue, you got any local indigenous communities that happen to be doing direct action these days? We could ship Silurial over to them.
Oh yeah, there's tons on the West Coast, East Coast, all through fucking Canada.
Yeah, we don't even need to go international on this.
I'm gonna tell you this here. If you bring me into America, you're literally gonna have to smuggle me over the border. 'Cause I know the best way.
That's fine. I'll do it. Two borders are made the exact same, right?
Come do some
It's actually easier.
LGBTQ activism in Kansas.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's the thing. He's white, so yeah.
It's easier. There's literally a Canadian border that it's just a road. There's no checkpoints. It's literally just a road that separates our two countries. You can just walk from Canada to the U.S. There's nothing stopping
Oh
you.
yeah, it depends on where it was. In fact, one of my favorites that was so fucking Canadian was that I think in Quebec there was an indigenous like site where they kept preventing like the CBSA from doing their job. So what ended up happening was like you could just fucking walk into the indigenous site and walk over into the border and you'd be fine because they couldn't do their shit because the natives were like, "Fuck you, our land."
I vote that we stop calling it Canada and call it instead Diet USA.
Oh yeah, no, I call it I call it like Drunken USA basically. Drunken America's common.
All right, so speed running, becoming a leftist. Let's see. Also, Amorous. Also, can we dismantle the myth that people get automatically smarter when they get older? I mean, have we not met the baby boomer generation? Do we need to is there anything that we need to talk further about? Just go out and speak to the boomers. Job done.
For real, I felt myself becoming dumber these past years. It's a tragedy. My mind is slipping.
Like,
same here.
Yeah, the
But I
older
might
you
be
get,
brain damage.
yeah, when you're 18, your brain is firing. When you're 23, your brain is firing. When you're fucking 80, your reflexes are slow and your brain is slow to match. Like this
I'm
is
not 18 if you were pulling that for that though.
no, I know how old you are. And Viva.
We don't, Tankies.
Viva, you and I need to have a chat one day about what you're good at.
Oh yeah, Tanky, by the way, I know someone that's like right out of Kentucky, like near Louisville, and he's a super working class dude and works his ass off, and he fucking hates McConnell. So there you go.
Yeah, why do we vote people above 18 office? Like, get rid of McConnell, Trump, all those old fossils.
Yeah, well, the thing is people like to pinpoint age, and age definitely is a large part of the issue. But one thing I've noticed is there is some aspect of each party carrying their traditions and values to the younger people that are going to take over them when they're in the grave. And an example of that's Josh Hawley, and I fucking hate Josh Hawley, so, like, age's not everything in this case.
There's this French song that goes, age doesn't matter when you're a cunt, you're a cunt.
I like to say you can wander the world for 1,000 years with your eyes closed and still not see a thing. It doesn't matter if you're not paying a lick of attention while you're getting older. Then it doesn't really matter. You know.
Okay, so I want to ask this question just for a little shred of comedy. Has your brain stopped firing, Kai, at this point?
I'm definitely, like, the curve is, I've noticed it. What I was capable of doing when I was a teenager, I could flash memorize a credit card. I mean, this to give you some.
God, I've missed being able to memorize numbers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could, if you flashed me your credit card, I could memorize that sequence.
Yeah, that's not unheard of. I can't do it I can't do the number that long, but like 4 or 6 digits I can do.
Yeah, I can't.
I used to work at a bank, and I used to have to work hard to unmemorize everyone's freaking numbers
Yeah.
that I had
Yeah.
put it in that day.
It's fucking funny because people like look at like bank tellers, like people
Yes,
that
Rabbit.
go in, and they think it's like, oh, they're gonna be able to get into shadow banking. It's like, oh, you're fucking adorable.
Momo, one for Sue, one for Momo, one for me, and I mean maybe even a little for Toos. Cat, you don't count because you got the fucking punchy skull. Fucking Rabbit said, Kai, remember never needing to write shit down?
See, that's the thing is
Fuck
that
me sideways. Fuck me sideways. Oh, fuck.
See, that's the thing is that
of
even
course the French
before,
man
even
went
before. See,
sideways.
here's the thing is that even before the fucking punchy shit, I always had to write shit down. So I don't think I'm helping my case here. I'm speed running, losing my mind.
That's okay. It's speed run any percent.
Tankies just gave the most generic take I think I've ever seen.
Oh god, I like Mitch McConnell because he fights the Dems and does a good job. He's useful.
That's the most generic take I've ever heard in my life.
Wait.
No, but I mean, like, that's it.
Yeah.
See, but I mean, that's the thing is that that's it.
That's how they think. It's just oppositional positioning. That's it.
Literally 10 feet from my front door, I can have a conversation with someone that liked Trump.
Oh yeah, I will say
Because
that like in
he said
terms of
what
his
he
motive, Mitch is not dumb.
No, he knows what
he's
to
good
do.
at business.
Ramsey, yeah, I'm 23 and I have to write nearly everything down. Zoomer's never had brain cells, says Estrella. We didn't have it in the budget that year. I'm sorry. we were in the middle of one of our other economic bubbles that popped. Good night, Aussie. Good night, all except Tanky. Says Aussie. Good night, Aussie puppy.
We love you.
I feel bad. Being
Did you
lumped into
brought puppy, right?
Yeah, Puppy is my adopted son.
Well, nice to meet you, Aussie puppy. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you, Momo, for bringing somebody along through.
Yeah, you're cool, puppy.
I sped through insanity, so I'm so close to just hospitalizing myself. If you want to get a better time than me, please try, but you're going to need a lot of abuse and trauma. Well, I mean, I already have that covered. I'm laying down the literal trauma on my brain on top of it.
See, although it may be counterweighted. Who knows? Maybe you
Mitch's
forget some of
first run
it.
as senators was with a single payer medical system.
Nice.
F my imaginary brain cells. Let's see. Hey, Samantha, you've had a rough few days, haven't you, Samantha?
I can't pronounce today, by the way. Don't mind.
No? All right. Well, I'm glad oh no, don't. Okay. Don't worry. I wasn't going to drag you into it, but I was just going to commiserate with your, I hope you're doing better. Let's just put it that way. I hope it's behind, the drama is behind. When I was a waiter, I don't know. Fucking when I was a waiter, bartender in my 20s, I could go a full night without ever writing down a single thing and recite every order I had that night, says Rabbit. Yeah, I was in the same camp as Momo. I still have to do it. I can't really forget. Just don't let me see your password. That was the thing. I'm very good at not observing somebody's screen or a keyboard when I'm working on or around their computer. Because that's going to stick. My brain's going to be like, you're not supposed to know it. And the instant that kicks in, it's just going to memorize it. It's just to transcribe it in. So that sort of stuff still sticks. But yeah, the mass amount of just data that I could cram in my skull in a short amount of time when I was 15 to 25. Yeah, no, I don't have that anymore. I could
also.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna bring this up for comedy's sake. If you go to a pub or something or a cabaret and you try and hit on a bartender, you're making a mistake because most of them are depressed as shit. They're just gonna be they're gonna love the attempt, but I'm aw, let's try next time, buddy.
Noted.
One of my favorite examples of, okay, it's time to become a bartender. So yeah, Rabbit really was, Rabbit. I mean, trauma suppression is a little different. I mean, I forgot I was in a cult when I was a kid. Rabbit really was, by the way. One that has had documentaries done on it.
Nice.
So in fact, we have had somebody else in chat before who went to the same place And yes, it is. Yeah, that fucking movie. Exactly. And I had seen the documentary before, and I'm like, holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Samantha, I will be perfectly happy to see that happen. I'm loving the fact that all of the authoritarians took their masks off and behaved as authoritarians for once, and so I can start calling it as I see it, as an anarchist. So I was happy for that. But good luck. I know
It's
you.
validating in the worst way possible.
Yeah, totally worst way of validating one's own beliefs and positions, but it needed doing. It needed doing.
Here's the real thing. What would happen if you had a genuinely 100% white-pilled cult that actually cared about nothing but improving shit?
Look at the Sikhs.
Actually, you're not far off, because the first thing I think of when you say that is a house across the fucking street from me, and it's a $5 million Sikh house. And there's like 10 people in it. So it's like, yeah, alright. That's a fair argument.
Sam, everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
There's a few people that don't, but everybody does.
I'm one of the ones that don't know.
It's Samantha, I can tell you off air. I don't want to get into it on air. Samantha, as far as I'm concerned, it's worth it. It needed doing. So I'm okay with it. For better or for worse. Be a slightly gay bartender at a steakhouse. The husbands hate you, but the wives slip you a 20 as they're walking off. A little piece of advice from me to you, offered for free. Lucy, it's just Twitch drama. Don't worry about it.
Drama.
I'll keep that in mind, Rabbit, if I ever have to work in the Midwest.
Don't. This is my advice. Just don't.
Well,
Just don't do that.
My advice about the Midwest is the same. Not working in the Midwest, just the Midwest. Just don't. Just don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think
We've
that's
spent literally the last year trying to get out.
yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing: is I'm trying to get out of fucking Cali. This place is bullshit.
Yeah, but for a very different reason.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, Sam, are you okay?
Los Angeles? What do you mean? I only know of Lost Tents. It's true though.
It hurts, but it is true.
Let's see. It's
Dude,
20.
it's rough. You can literally just walk down the street and there's like a whole just lots filled with it's fucking crazy. And then you'll see like these amazing buildings and architecture like literally 5 minutes away from them.
I know someone out of Woodland Hills, and apparently that's still kind of shitty too, and it's nowhere near the downtown.
Oh yeah, not even close.
Oh, Sam.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I kind of expected. And that's why I didn't want to, I didn't want to get into it, but I knew that just as soon as Sam popped in, I was like, I hope
Sam got witch hunted. Oof.
I hope
I
that
didn't know
that no, we're not going to go into it, but I just hope that it's, water off a duck's back and that, you're taking it in stride and know that some of us have got your back and, don't
No, actually,
think
I can
that
put
bullshit.
Personal input in if you want, Kai. When I used to be part of the Osu community, which is like a really shitty game where people have bad takes. But I actually got witch hunted by about 5,000 people in that community. So I actually know to some extent, how Sam feels. So Sam, try not to pay those people any mind. You're gonna thank me in the end. Just clear your inbox and don't even look. You'll love it if you clear it.
Sam, I have you on Discord, right? Yeah, I have you. You've come on the air before. I don't see you on my Discord. Tell you what. Let me just send you a quick invite, and just to make sure, and then I can DM you. So, will do.
Oh, Sam, that's not the left.
No, that is the left.
It is.
It's just like the worst part of it possible.
Yep. We can't deny their existence. We can't QAnon these people. Like, the fact of the matter is they exist. Icaros, check your whispers.
If there's like 2 or 3 more people that are popping in here, I might mute Mike just on large parts because I just
Okay.
like speaking in huge VCs.
That's fine.
All right, so Billy's there, Sam's there. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
First, yeah.
If Antifa and BLM leads to like a few people getting arrested on Twitter, I'll take that over fucking the Capitol being fucking stormed. Yeah.
What is the death count now at for the Capitol?
I think we hit 5 or 6.
Something there.
Yeah. I mean, there was the one dude who just straight had a heart attack. He did.
Don't blame him.
He was out of shape. He was in ill health, and he went to a situation where he got all riled up and got in the crowd and started charging. And
Secretly, it was Alex Jones, and they filled him in with the body double.
Wasn't there one dude wasn't there one dude who like tased himself in the balls to death?
he did. It was on the upper inner thigh, from what I can tell from the actual reports. But for the purposes of comedy, we're going to assume that he had he's older. It's dropped a little. He got there. He tased himself in the balls to death.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Talk about a way to go out. Fucking storming the Capitol building and tasing yourself in the balls to death. Like, the obit on that one is just brutal. Like, that's like, how did Grandpa die? Well, sit down, son.
Yeah.
He tased himself close to the nutsack and just couldn't stop.
It's just brutal.
His wife is deeply offended that anyone would suggest he tased himself, although she's fine with the fact he did it while trying to rip a painting off the wall after drinking 3 cans of Monster.
There are some things in this world that are inherently funny, right? There's a lot of things that it takes work as a comedian.
Perfect sound. That's exactly perfect sound. Perfect.
Nice. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. So there's some things that you have to work at making funny, and it takes somebody like George Carlin to make it funny because it's so dark. And then there's a dude who storms the Capitol because some fucking Cheeto-looking motherfucker told him to, and he tases himself in the balls to death. Doesn't take a comedian. That's just funny.
And then you have Drill off in the corner, just vaguely making jokes related to politics.
Oh man. Yes,
Tighten up that Tankies guy, by the way. He was getting boring.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I didn't even I wasn't even gonna comment. Like,
I just want to chat to know so they don't like dogpile him and waste the time.
Oh no, I knew it was you too. I was just like, Cat is the only mod in here, I think, and I found it kind of funny.
There's the other two.
Right. Let's see. Oh, okay, so Icaros, hang on, give me one sec. Apparently I just copied the other one that I'd already issued because there you go, Icaros. Check your whispers, you should be good. The painting was of Tip O'Neill. Oh, Jesus.
I think
Don't take that shit to heart.
I think Cash should be demodded in the name of homophobics. Why? What did I do? What did they do to deserve that?
He called Los Angeles shit. It pissed off all the gay people.
Damn it! Fuck.
I mean, it is an objective fact.
And basically all of California, with maybe the exception of Eureka, is shit.
It is that stretch of land. Southern California is the best place on the fucking planet. I'm sorry. it is, as far as weather, an ideal living situation. You know, this is sort of pre-climate change with like it being on fire every 5 minutes. But I mean, it's just an ideal setting. There's a reason that much money went there, right?
Yeah, well, aside from the film industry being propped up there, but as a Canadian dude, you want to know when I was like 10 and I wanted to go move somewhere grand, you know where I wanted to know where my first choice was? LA.
As you do.
I think we should live in Weed, California. They have a nice welcome sign. Amherst, the earthquakes, you know, I mean, it's Cat, tell them a Californian's opinion on the earthquakes.
I'll take the earthquakes over the fucking tornadoes.
We got earthquakes and tornadoes.
And hurricanes. Yeah, I'm not fucking with hurricanes either.
I'll tell you what, y'all can fucking move everywhere else, but just give us back North and South Dakota, okay?
Oh, shit. You just want the Dakotas? That's all you're after?
Yeah, that's all. We'll sign the fucking
Son,
treaty tomorrow.
Yeah, most of America would sign that over. We don't give two shits about the Dakotas. You want the fucking Oh man, I thought you wanted like prime land. Jesus Christ. I sincerely think we may be able to swing that in our lifetime, Sue. I'm not even fucking around. Like I'm not even memeing.
I don't understand what you mean by prime lands because
like
Dakotas has like
there's nobody
prime
there.
land when it comes to the Lakotas.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. There's nobody there. Like, I mean, prime land's like places that are highly inhabited. We've got like 12 people in those states. Honestly, we could probably get them out. Yeah, I think we need to start a national campaign. Like, land back for the Dakotas. We don't have anything there. Like, honestly, just
we'll take
move
Montana
somewhere else.
too.
Yeah, it's mostly like the
Montana's mostly Ted Turner ranch land these days, from what I understand.
Oh yeah, it was always like that. But in terms of states where it's like mostly Canadian, it's like basically all the ones snuggling the border.
Yeah,
that
like,
makes sense.
Honestly, the Dakotas, yeah, shit. I didn't know that was like, okay, yeah, no.
Vermont's also really Canadian as well.
Yeah, except we like our guns and anarchists in Vermont, so y'all Canadians can fuck off with that crown shit, and good luck getting those guns.
Well, you also have half the maple syrup production there too.
Yeah, we can't. Though we have Canadian characteristics in Vermont, we want nothing to do with you.
Probably the most Canadian state that will never secede to Canada is Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, Wisconsin's super fucking Canadian, and Minnesota too, by the way.
Yeah. Wisconsin, I'm quoting because that's actually where the GOP was founded. Was in Ripon.
Vermont, Kentucky with less coal. Way more like how do I put this?
Yeah, I can vouch for this as a Canadian though. Y'all motherfuckers can keep Maine. Maine's a crack house.
Oh well, I was gonna give you like the North Woods.
Northwoods maybe. If you want to get like what is it like Bangor and shit, I don't give a fuck. If you're gonna give Portland or anything near the Saco and Scarborough area, fuck right off.
Yeah, like nobody.
That place is crack house.
Nobody uses the North Woods of Maine anyway. It's all fucking din shit up in there. Like, feel free.
The most famous one is the wanting of trying to hand over fucking Florida.
Okay.
Vermont driving is a death wish. Yeah, that's why it's Canadian.
Alright, I just Googled it. There's apparently only about 760,000 people in North Dakota and 882,000 in South Dakota.
So we got
But
like
yeah,
1.5 million to move. We can fucking fund that in a heartbeat. Like, okay, so look, Sue, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You're probably going to have like 150,000 people that refuse to move. We're going to tell them they have to, but they're not gonna. So we're just sort of going to look the other way on this one. And, you know.
So that means we can just do whatever the fuck we want to them.
Look, I would never advocate for harm, but I'm saying that, like, if they're found to be on, like, non-national land, I mean, there's not much we can do about it at that point, right? Like, they're not citizens of the res, they're not citizens of the nation. They're, you know, it's like, well, you're trespassing. So
I mean, to tell you the truth, Kai, I'm one of those weird people that supports like Canusa, but that's like a whole other story.
With a density population of 11 per square mile. Oh my God. Like, honestly, we could hand these fucking states back in a jiffy and it wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
Indigenous ice. Exactly, Viva.
So what is Canusa?
All right, so I'll give you the rundown basically.
Yo,
Right.
Viva.
So
That sounds good. I like that.
I'm gonna hop off of here.
Okay, Momo.
And join back in text chat.
Okay, Momo.
Have fun, Momo.
Okay.
Um,
See you, Momo. Love you, sister.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I will TLDR Canusa for Cat simply because he asked. In the shortest form possible, Canusa is just when Canada and America joins together with a soft border that has very low border control.
That's cringe.
Oh, you mean like Manitoba?
It's no. It's basically like you don't. It's a soft border between the two nations. You don't really need a passport or any ID except for your regular old ID that would be under the two. Now they're one kind of thing, but the border's there still kept there as a residual. Hey, this is Canada, this is America, but it's Canusa kind of thing. Which some people absolutely love the idea. Other people are just like, yeah, it's no.
I mainly just don't want the French Canadians, to be frank with you.
Oh, dude, Canada doesn't want the French Canadians.
I'm sorry. Mitre got my got the reaction. Everything about Canada is soft. Soy Nation.
Dude, Rabbit, that's a good one. That's a fucking good one.
Swamp.
Dude, he's not wrong.
Not actually. I'm used to this schedule. So
yeah, Mitre's not wrong. Like everything in Canada I can think of is just we adopt the same policies as America, and then we half-ass them because we're all pussies.
See,
Really?
Rabbit, I hear you, but it's like, but then they talk, you know?
Yeah, Quebecois people can be really like attractive until you realize that all the attractiveness is in their hair and their mouth sounds like a fucking garbage man.
where's Fertus? Fertus is already gone. I'm like, where's the Frenchman on that one?
In other news, a statement was issued from the Great Sioux
Yeah.
Nation yesterday. They're ours again. The Bureau of Indian Affairs was unavailable for comment.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't.
That's a good meme.
Cat is a francophobe.
Isn't there
Because
people
they're
who
all
like
hide in a burning building. That's why.
Kai, isn't there people who think India is going to become a superpower pretty soon?
I mean, there's no way around it happening. A good portion of the manufacturing facilities are going to transition necessarily to India and other countries out of China, since they're looking to shut down their manufacturing to a large degree because they're looking at expanding their middle class like we did in the last century. So a whole portion of that lower tier manufacturing is going to shift to India, and with 1.2 billion consumers at their disposal, they're going to see an economic boom one way or the other. And so they have cheap, near endless labor to fall back on. And this is going to make them a manufacturing powerhouse. They're already the tech support powerhouse. Technology, the tech industry for a long time has been co-locating and outsourcing to India at a rate that, you know, other industries already haven't. The garment industry is fully well aware of India as a powerhouse of production.
With the exception of tech support, it kind of sounds like a certain other country that America doesn't shut up about.
Which one? We yell about a lot. China, Russia,
Yeah, China.
Japan, Korea.
Wait.
China, Kai.
Just, you know what you do? Here's what you do.
Maybe over.
You know, get one of those. You know, you remember those globin, round, big world maps? That was like a global map.
Yeah.
That you used to see in schools.
Mm-hmm.
Just grab one of those, give it a spin, and wherever it stops,
It's the next country America bullies.
Oh, see, we don't even have to. I mean, this is the sad truth of the matter. We're not actively bullying India. India is actively bullying itself.
Yeah.
All right.
That's true.
The UK did that. Right. This one isn't on our shoulders. This one's on the UK. They broke that. But India is bullying themselves, especially under the Modi regime. The Hindu nationalists that are going at it right now in India are hugely problematic. There's a very conservative strain of politics that has successfully gained ground in India in the last, let's call it 15 years, shall we say, that is, let's just say, very much in favor of a stratified class-based system surrounding, a theological position and a ages-old sociological perception. And so they're just continuing that.
Don't worry, Estrella. We're not simping for China.
Nah.
Oh,
Although
no, I think
will,
Estrella was talking to Solarial, not us.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I'm indifferent pretty much towards China, and I mean that as in I'm neutral. Although I will say, with Hong Kong, there's a lot of people that want a British Hong Kong, and that made me think like if there was one fucking useful thing Boris Johnson could do in his entire reign as prime minister, it's just fucking snatch Hong Kong back and tell China to fuck itself. That would make everything worthwhile.
Yeah, except they can't with that treaty. I mean, fucking UK doesn't have the power it used to, so it can't. But they did what they could do, offering that dual passport, dual citizenship shit. Amherst, they have a right-wing nationalist, so they're set. Nothing can go wrong. Exactly. Exactly. That's the position India finds itself in as it stands. China has and always has and always will be my favorite wrestler, says Mitre.
I'm lost.
You know why I like
China
Mitre?
is a wrestler.
He's just like non-aesthetic in a really good way. Like he's humorous.
Let's
give it some time.
Cat. Buyer's remorse, cat.
What? No, I like him. I just, give it some time.
we have a broader experience than just y'all on chat and in stream and shit like that.
Okay, that's fair.
Just give it some time.
Let's see. What was I gonna do? Oh, that's what I was gonna do. All right. So hang on. Oh, kitties. I don't have anybody. Holy shit. Somebody give me somebody with like single digits. Who y'all got?
Oh, you're trying to read already?
Well, I want to start looking. China is just part of Korea, says Kaiser.
Single digits? I mean, he's not single digits technically, but Dirtbag's playing Valheim.
Yeah, I see that. He's up 14 right now.
That's not single digits. Part of these
I know,
instructions are difficult.
I'm just saying. That's a number you could throw. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can find a VTuber just to fuck with you.
Ayo.
Yeah, I don't have anybody that we can go to.
You know what? Hang on.
All the VTubers are coming up with like fucking 4,000 viewers. Holy shit.
Okay, so that's disappointing. I kind of want to use that one. Wait.
Isn't there like a website called like Less Than 5 or something to that effect?
Yeah, fucking.
I was just going to Twitter, and one of the first tweets I stumble on is Mary Trump saying she's tired of the sociopaths in positions of power.
Oh.
Meme.
Ortiz is back in the waiting room.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Sue, could you also explain like that fucking N in like in your goddamn language? Because I don't get it.
Which
like the N that like goes under the fucking, the one, like it has that little like thing that goes under it.
Huh?
Like the fucking like the N that's like fucking unique to Sue. Or like what the fuck is that? Here you go.
It is what it is.
How do you like say it though?
All right.
So I've just been pronouncing it as just like an N.
Well,
wait, what?
Write it out and let me see.
Fucking here, let me.
Cool. Graceful Bard. Oh, I like that name.
Oh, I missed Momo. Damn it. So sorry everyone, my computer crashed.
No excuses.
Even though I don't really play Genshin.
You shall be put before the council for something tanky. Done.
Oh my god, I stumbled on a Gravel Institute tweet that was saying that the Democratic Party would like lose in the 2022 election if they don't raise the minimum wage. That's completely backwards. But all right.
I don't think so.
I mean, it's entirely possible.
Fine.
Yeah,
Well,
I would
Sure.
have off.
Start streaming. No, just kidding.
it's a lose-lose either way because
Oh,
I mean,
okay. So Rabbit has a answer for you.
This fucking thing. So
What?
how do you even like go about pronouncing this shit?
It's just like an N.
That?
Yeah, that's literally it's a velar nasal. Fucking yeah. Let's see. So.
Is that really how you, okay. Well,
It's like the
Is it
N.
like
It's like the N.
Belgian?
It's like the NG in sing.
okay.
So
Oh, okay.
Or is it kind of like the N in the Japanese, like first
fact
thing with a Goken and
The fact that you could just identify that
Yeah,
kind of confuses me, Kai.
Rabbit's got it exactly right. It's like saying an N but through your nose.
Okay. So instead of han hepe washte, I would say han hepe washte.
So that's graceful bar.
Maximum
Han hepe washte. Okay.
No, you had it right the first time. Me,
Ah, okay.
you're fine in saying huh.
Okay.
Is like saying yes or
Okay.
agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. All right. I forgot about the yes. I've been using this app called Owok Sap. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's Owok Sape. Yeah, Owok Sape, and it's just been a very slow process. They decide to start with the colors of all things.
Good.
I mean, okay.
that's what they do in like language teaching courses.
Yeah.
Oh.
Watch the.
I'm learning like Tozi, fucking Chi. I don't know. I still don't know how to say it. Fucking, all that shit. It's weird.
You know, it's not weird. It's just you're not used to it.
I am not used to it. That's a weird fucking sound to me.
Interesting.
You almost don't pronounce the H. It guides you into the NG.
Yeah. Okay.
Overseas log.
I was
It's a
playing.
cool language though.
It is.
Playing 76 for the
It does
first
not
time.
Speak with a forked tongue.
Yeah.
Unlike English.
Well, actually, I see a lot of similarities to English. It's just, like the sentence structure and shit, and what's it called? Slang's actually like very similar. But like
No. Most of it is like
Entertain me, knave. Hey, public.
you're reading it in the contents of it being like in an English understanding.
Right.
So the old language, without being put into all of this shit, is next we get cat into yeah, right?
What? I know about Nawa. It's just I couldn't find any good resources for it in English.
So usually it would be like you're saying it, but it's like backwards.
Oh, so it'd be like SVO instead of SOV. Oh wait, no, it would be SOV instead of SVO.
Mm-mm. The spelling's the same, but the like how you're saying your sentence would be like backwards.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Instead of like subject, verb, object, it would be subject, object, verb.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm actually kind of familiar with that because I tried learning Japanese a few years back. It's a fucking weird language, dude. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind then. That's because there aren't any. Most of them haven't been translated from Spanish. Well, that's what I'm fucking saying, dude. Nawa, like I tried learning Nawa. It's fucking crazy. I also tried learning Purupecha. Even less resources. not a fun fucking time. See, what I appreciate about fucking Sue's people here is they've gone through fucking great lengths to preserve the Lakota language. you have like the fucking Lakota Language Consortium. You have there's like different books you can buy and shit. They have like independent apps made for it. Like there's a lot out there for the Lakota if you want to try learning that shit.
And sadly, that stuff's only come out like in the past like maybe decade or two.
All right,
I'll take it.
We're doing this. All right.
Because normally it was just kept amongst our own people.
Yeah, it's kind of bad. It's kind of cringe. You should spread it out more. I think. See, for me, what I'd love to see is
because it was a criminal offense to be speaking any indigenous language.
I know that. I'm just saying, like, it'd be nice to have like some books to read and shit in like Lakota, because it's like that's how I learn. Is I like to read languages before I speak them.
All right. So let's see. Okay, so Rabbit saying there's plenty of preservation on, Nahuatl.
Oh, there's fuckloads of Nahua speakers. There's like fucking like 1.5 million of them still like sticking around. Or something to that. Like it's a huge population of Nahua speakers.
So who did we pick?
I want to surprise because I just was cycling through the less than 5. It just surprised me. And there's just video gamer after like fucking Fallout 76 and Rainbow Six and fucking Call of Duty. And I was just like, God, give me something different. Give me something interesting. Give me something that, So, hey, thank you, G Floyd 221. Thank you for the follow. And Public Loser saying about Japanese, they have a great alphabet, a symbol for each sound, and then they're all like, "No, let's add 10,000 of other symbols for the heck of it." This is Cat's common complaint. So we are gonna raid over to GTA Capone. I think this is a really fascinating stream. He's not playing video games, so.
Okay.
For Momo, for Fortus, for Kat, for Sue, for Celeria, thank you guys, gals, everything in between. Thank you for hanging out on the stream.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me in here.
He is not a chess streamer. I think you will all be a little tickled at what this actually is. So let's raid out. You guys know the deal, kaisthings.com. I'll be on tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Pacific. And I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time.